Good morning. My name is Veronika Sklerova. I'm a co-curator of the second day of Congress, which is called Migration. I want to say that the Congress of Culture, Ukrainian muted, there is some reverberation in the room. So the Congress of Culture Ukrainian Muted in Lviv is organized by the Culture Strategy Institute, public organization Hryhoriy 35, Ukrainian Cultural Fund, Foundation of Changes, International Renaissance Foundation, and we are very much grateful to Lviv Polytechnic Institute. To be laconic, and I would like to outline why it's important to talk about relocation issues. Our panel is about migration, and it is called the Archipelagos, New Islands of Ukrainian Culture at the Global Map. With my co-curator, we were trying to think about hope. We wanted to think what we would like to believe in. So we would like to believe in return and the roots of return. And this migration actually includes this context of return. So this discussion starts with a broad map. We have opened our borders. Ukraine has really become unmuted, and we see that now there is the rethinking of values, creation of new values, and I'm very happy to introduce the moderator of this discussion, Daria BADIOR. We have the time limit, 1 hour for discussion, 30 minutes for Q&A session, and then I kindly ask you to leave this room for several minutes just to air the room. So there will be a 5-minute break, and I kindly ask you not to stay in the room during that break. In case there is an air alarm, we go to the shelter. Downstairs, the volunteers will guide you, and we shall see how it goes. If the air alarm is short, we'll come back to the room. If it is long, we'll settle it the moment it starts. Thank you, Veronika. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. I do hope we shall have an interesting conversation. So there will be a 1 hour discussion, and then there will be 30 minutes for Q&A session. So I encourage you to participate in this session. When we have been preparing this session, we understood that it would be the beginning of the day, and we shall discuss migration, evacuation, internal displacement, etc. And we shall start with personal experience, what we can take from it, how we can extrapolate it into some other experience, into state policies and state practices, interaction, and into a broader general boundaries. I would like to introduce our participants. This is Olesia MAMCHYCH, Zhanna OZIRNA, stage director, and Pavlo MAKOV, an artist. I would like to start our discussion with conversation about migration, evacuation research. This experience was different for all of us. The cause was the same, it was the full-scale invasion, but still these experiences cannot be compared, they are individual. So let's talk how we went abroad, how we described the experience we had in Ukraine, and how these conversations differed from those we had before February 24. Because when we were preparing for this panel, we understood that we had different experience. For somebody, uh, there were lots of changes. For somebody, there were some sustainability regarding these conversations. For somebody, these were totally new conversations depending on the place we were in. So we shall start from you. So you were in Poland, you were talking about the certain sustainability. Good afternoon. I would like to be brief and describe the conversations I have had. I am located in Krakow and I actually organized the portal called Possestre. Uh, the address is Possestre EU, and it's about the crossing of Ukrainian and Polish culture. It is done in Ukrainian and it is funded by the Polish Ministry of Culture. The portal includes lots of translations from Polish, lots of modern Ukrainian literature, video content, interviews, essay, prosaic, and poetic works. I recommend watching one of our videos. This is the interview with Natalka Bilocerkiewicz, and she is a person who is not very often interviewed. We also have in our archive the interview with Victoria Amelina, and we have quite very good archive of literature. This is a very good platform for literary studies, literary scholars. There is also a residence for the literary scholars, and there were already 50 participants. We also have some publishing projects. Being in Krakow and staying in Krakow, I was thinking about all these topics, and we know some general idea that where we stay is not measured by this war only, but also is measured by global changes, changes in pre-digital society. The people of older age can definitely compare the times when they were school children and the times which we have now. This context is very general and it changes a lot. We also have the context of migration related to the Second World War. And though it is a bit similar to the migration we have now at the level of human lives, at the level of experience of our grandparents, but still it is totally different. And despite the fact that our war is deeply tragic, it has taken something very important and dear from each and every one of us. But we still call it a hybrid war. And now I would say that we have hybrid migration. I do not want to offend anybody or humiliate anybody. I introduced this term as a term for discussion because, well, migration of the Prague school or something we had before actually broke lots of relationship and connections. Migration was like going to a very distant island. We have the modern world with remote technologies. And within cultural space, migration actually does not mean anything but the influence on a specific life of a certain person because art in culture presupposes going beyond, building bridges, communication, and diversity. This is the foundation of art. And in peaceful times, we have always wanted to travel, to go abroad, to have a walk around Paris. Now lots of artists are doing it not intentionally, but at the same time they are inside Ukrainian content. And we also have to think what culture is for us. I have found the answer for myself. Culture is a set of senses, and now it is not that related to a specific location. For example, Oksana Lutsishina is in the US, but she is writing Ukrainian literature and she is still within cultural Ukrainian space. There are lots of artists and cultural figures who are physically located in different countries. They definitely contact local culture, local people, so they have changed their life regarding their physical location. But mentally, they are still in the Ukrainian context. They read Ukrainian books, Ukrainian news, and they create something that is part of the treasure of the Ukrainian culture. So the place, the issue of place, when we are talking about culture and migration, this issue of place has become very vague. And the situation we are in is a bit paradoxic because despite these losses, this uh, pain. For example, if we are talking about Ukrainian literature, for example, Victoria Amelina was killed, and Ihor Kozlovsky, I think he also died because of this war. So we lose our people. But the very situation, in my opinion, is optimistic, however paradoxical it sounds. Not just because of opportunities, not just because people think now you are in the focus of attention, but from the view of nature of culture, it's about going beyond the boundaries, and it may result in explosion of culture, in explosion of art, in long-term prospects. And it is possible now. This hybrid culture is possible now owing to the media, because media actually simplify our life. It's only about written text and emoji. And as a result, communication between the migrant artists and those who are still in Ukraine, this communication bridge is very tense. It feels this aggression. I actually feel the toxicity of internet environment within literary space, apart from some very long and tedious conversation in media going for days. I observe lack of forgiveness. I observe persecution, uh, intentions to offend. And as an editor, I actually cooperate with many people, with dozens of people. I know their situations. I communicate with these people. So I know a case when a person who is very valuable for our culture was actually on the verge of suicide because this person was bullied in the internet. So at the same time, we cannot live without this bridge. We cannot get rid of it because it works in these conditions. Our war is accompanied by certain global processes, and it enables us to have our voice regarding this global process. But if this bridge remains toxic, it will kill us. So this is a sort of a warning speech on my part. For example, take a look at this story with Andruhovich. Well, he did what he did, but there is a very long story of promotion of Ukraine on his part. And just one action on his part again makes him the subject of bullying. So a person in culture is not protected. A person can make a mistake, can unintentionally say something wrong and everybody will attack this person. So this toxicity is a big barrier for us. So we have to talk about it and we have to try to avoid it. Yesterday we had a discussion about silence. From this toxicity, we have this silence of people who are cultural figures and who are in migration. This is the wall that prevents us from from this movement I mentioned at the beginning. We are on the top of big changes and we can say a lot, but but we might have this wall of silence. Our experience is different from that people had in Mariupol. And the greatest part of our cultural potential will probably keep silence.
It's not the right position for this cultural environment in general. We all feel and have very hard feelings because of this war. We all have traumas. We all have losses. We have lost a lot, each and every one of us. But to survive it all, we have to concentrate. And I see a way out, and it seems to be quite realistic. It's the path of Ihor Kozlovsky, who passed away recently. I checked his page, and there were dozens of similar uh, memories about the person who had a very difficult experience of torture and who was a very loving person in his real life. I was lucky to know him in person, and I know only one person similar to him, and that's Yevhen Svarstyuk. So I think they are equally important persons and equally great persons in terms of the message they sent. And no matter how idealistic it sounds, but the path of Ihor Kozlovsky, the path of love to each other, even within the war happening around, can save us. When we have internet communication only, and it's not only connecting those who are in Paris, London, and Warsaw with those who are Kharkiv and Kyiv. They also help connect and establish connections between those who are in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Lviv. So this is this water that joins us. So we have to make it not toxic, but well, we have to fill it with love. Thank you very much. We will also talk about how to sew this archipelago together. Well, it's a metaphor, of course, but it's disconnected and connected at the same time. So, how do we make sure that we don't break these bridges, and how do we bridge the gaps? What are the methods? What are the models? What are the discussions that we have to uh, lead to bridge these gaps? Because this gap is not linear, and I would like to pass the floor to Zhanna with her reflections on her travel and the reflections on your experience of immigration, or well, telling people about your profession, about Ukraine, about the history of Ukraine. Well, you've told me a lot in our private talks about the very unexpected connections you find with people from different parts of the world, and how they are different depending on how far away the event from Ukraine, the events happen. Because I think that the discussions in Poland would be different from discussions in France and from those in the United States. So over the last 18 months, you have been in different dimensions. So what are the trends there? Okay, the mic seems to work. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I do agree that we have a lot of toxicity in the social media right now, And I'm also feeling that I, well, am refraining from posting something on a social media, despite the fact that I was very active on social media before the full-scale war. However, nowadays I'm kind of afraid of writing something, not because I'm afraid of expressing my opinion, but because I'm not willing to spend too much energy on that, because I'm accumulating my energy for some creative things and I don't want to waste it on Facebook because it's a very toxic environment right now. But on the other hand, starting from the Revolution of Dignity, it's been the space where the public opinion um, has been dis- discussed and generated, and whenever there are some uh, points for discussion, and it's a kind of a knife which actually carves well here and there, and then in the end you can see the final product, because public intellectuals write quite a lot on Facebook, like Yarmolenko, for example, and many others. You can read them, their posts, and help yourself by shaping an opinion on a topic. What concerns my personal experience of migration, during the full-scale invasion, I was um, in Poland because I live in the Zemlya. This is a village in Kyiv Oblast, and this is in the area from which the assault was progressing, and I got a call from the uh, director of the Polish Film Academy, and he offered um, me to come to Warsaw because they offered some um, positions for Ukrainian filmmakers. And until Kyiv Oblast was deoccupied, I stayed there. I was invited to work with one short short documentary about Ukrainian refugees. I acted as an interpreter and also was looking for uh, the people who would be featured in this film. And it was a very stressful period. That was March of 2022. That was the period when Kyiv Oblast was not completely occupied, but was and then started being partially deoccupied, and we saw the pictures from Bucha, and we all were very much traumatized and shocked, but by the things that we have that we saw that, and it felt almost impossible, as if you were not in reality, but well, it felt really surreal. It was a British project. There was a young director from Britain, from the UK, who came to Poland with a lot of expensive equipment, lighting, camera. There was a Polish producer, and I remember what struck me in this experience was we had three people who were featured in the movie. One of them was a curator of the refugee theater. She has a son, he's a little son who's on the spectrum, and instead of filming her in the place where she lived, they rented another place because they had no place to put the lighting and they wanted to have a nice picture. And I remember it triggered me a lot. But in addition, um, to that, when when we were recording the interview, they put two plastic suitcases next to her to well, stress the fact that she's a refugee. And I remember I had a scandal with the producer because she actually arrived in Poland with one backpack. And that happened to many other people at that time. And it was unacceptable to do things like that in March. For a Polish producer or from a director from the UK, it may be a very small and unimportant thing, but for me, it was a big thing because it meant that people did not really understand how we arrived there and how many things we had and what was the state, how we felt when we were fleeing. And then I also participated in an art residence that was from August to December. I was first invited for 3 months, and I agreed because at that time I was finishing screenplay, and the main character was a Ukrainian woman who lives in Paris. So I thought it would be great to spend some time in Paris. That would help me finish the screenplay. And when I arrived there, I was offered to stay 2 months longer, and I didn't feel like I should refuse, but it was complicated to spend so much time there. I went visited um, my relatives at home several times, so I was traveling back and forth. And then, you cannot make a movie in Paris because the experience of the residences for filmmakers is about collecting various fragments of life, contexts to finish the screenplay, and well, gathering some personal human experience because filmmaking is a very specific area of activity. You have to make movies in a specific place with specific settings and people, especially if this is a feature film. And there was an interesting episode. I was in a residence called Tricole, which is a former convent, and I almost came there, but was later warned that there are many Russian artists um, there. I remember it was the end of October, and you may remember these massive bombardments of electricity infrastructure in October. So that was end of October. I wake up in the morning and I read the news about the massive attack that was, I think, the third wave, the biggest one. And at the moment when I read this piece of news about the attack, and when I'm writing to all my friends and relatives asking whether they are okay, that is the moment when I get the information from that residence that on the 26th of November, the Russian artists and are going to organize an event uh, reading Russian dramas. And for Ukrainians, these were the days of Holodomor victim remembrance. So it's so surreal when you first read about this massive attack on Ukraine. You're far away from home, and then you're shot in the head, as if in a movie, by the announcement of the readings of Russian dramas. So I'm sure that they never checked the dates when thinking about which dates to choose, but I needed half a day to come down. I understood that I need to respond to this email, and there were 80 people um, there. So I was trying to calm down to write a rational letter so that I'm not blamed of being, well, just an emotional Ukrainian. I wrote a reasonable letter, but I still was blamed for having the Ukrainian resentment, and mm, that was actually her response to all participants of the residence. And the only positive aspect of the things that happened, the Russian, well, residents of the residence actually Googled me, looked up my picture, and tried to communicate to me. So they, of course, they tried speaking Russian to me, but I answered English. What concerns the United States, that was a different experience, but it was also very interesting. I was invited by a curator, and she's a daughter of Ukrainian migrants. Her grandmother and grandfather were from Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, from Tsulan village. So you can imagine, I come to Los Angeles. They well bring me to East Hollywood. I meet Asha. Well, she's Alexandra, but they shorten it as Asha. And she starts speaking Ukrainian to me, and not just Ukrainian, not just Western Ukrainian, but well, this Ukrainian variant from that particular village. She's a great young artist. It was so unexpected to hear her speak Ukrainian, and it was so nice, despite the fact that her parents were already born there. Her mother was born in Canada, so this is the language of her grandmother. Her mother was born in Canada, and her father came to Canada as a teenager, but she speaks Ukrainian. She understands Ukrainian, and she can communicate Ukrainian. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time, but I realized that um, this was actually quite recently. So this was the story with cluster munitions. And well, this topic was a very triggering one there, and there was actually a demonstration of my short films, and I was trying to find a key to this audience, and I started with a list of all weapons transferred to us by the United States, starting with javelins and um, finishing with what we all have been craving for, the F-16s. And I explained that at that time, this kind of weapon helped us do this, protect the Kyiv Oblast. This helped us do this. Cluster munitions are needed for this, and so on and so forth. So I was very clear in that. And later I realized that this is exactly what they wanted to hear, not some theoretical, not some abstract things, but that these Abrams tanks have protected this number of lives. Well, approximately, of course. So this is briefly about well, how I communicate with people in different countries. Well, I think it's not only about communication, but it's also about um, the unexpected islands um, that could work in unexpected ways, like the story of Asha or the islands in France, and these islands, uh, well, maybe a closer distance with the others. There are so many islands of Russian culture. Well, and also the creation of new cultural centers, the centers of Ukrainian culture, which we have been talking about, and how the creation of them um, has encountered very different realities, and we cannot always model them in the right way. We don't always know how, well, a representative office of the Ukrainian Film Institute in Paris should look like. And, well, these human interactions, these are the best and the worst that could happen to us in our lives, but we could accumulate and put down these stories because they also tell us about some broader things. So let's listen to the story of Asha. Let's listen to the story of these Paris residents, who finances them, and how they actually impact the map of the Western European culture. And now I would like to give the floor to Pavlo, who would speak about his Italian experience. And during the well Zoom meeting before the event, we talked about bridges between Ukrainian and Italian life, and what we lack, what you were lacking. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Well, the main thing I've been thinking about quite a lot, and for a long time, even before the war, and this is the absence of the cultural policy of the Ukrainian state. Over the last 30 years of independence, all these things were based on private initiatives, from some private exhibitions abroad to a private center of modern art funded by Pinchuk. All these are individual and private initiatives, and this is something I have felt quite acutely. Well, I was thinking that this echo was preventing you from hearing me well enough.
I have thinking about it before 2014, after 2014, and after the full-scale invasion, I really felt it. The matter is, I have my own experience. When there was a fire in Notre Dame, I was in Kharkiv in my uh, room, and I felt as if it were part of my culture, as if it was fire in my place. But when there is a fire in Ukraine, nobody in Paris feels as if it were part of his or her culture. Well, I'll be talking about some bad things. I'll be devil's advocate. Why I came to Italy? Because I was the author of the Ukrainian Pavilion together with three other curators of Venice Biennale. So when there was full-scale invasion, definitely people couldn't understand what they had to do. Uh, my mother said at that time, well, I remember the Second World War. I think it's not the war, so she didn't want to go to the shelter until there was an explosion 500 meters from her house. And then there was a call from Miss Lenko who said that I brought everything to Venice. Please come here and we shall do it. So I was 60 years old. I could cross the border. And what I faced during the first 3 weeks, I was given 3 calls from the Italian Ministry of Culture with the question, how we can help you. And I want to underline that it was not my own exhibition in Venice. It was just the Ukrainian exhibition, the Ukrainian pavilion. So it was representation of the country at the international level. There were no calls from the Ukrainian Ministry of Culture. All the all the uh, investments were private ones. Italians helped us a lot. Actually, we managed to do everything for 3 weeks, while in Ukraine we have been doing just the same for 6 months. Definitely, at the opening ceremony, there were the representatives of the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine. This was the first experience of mine. Then we came back to Kharkiv, and unlike my colleagues who are writers, my experience is mainly visual. And in Italy, I have lots of friends. I'm quite fluent in Italian, so I had enough money to live there. And actually, my exhibition was planned in Italy, and I decided that I would organize it because at that time it was impossible to organize, for example, the exhibition in Kharkiv. So the exhibition was postponed till November. I stayed in Italy, so we went 2 times to Kharkiv. And once again, I want to emphasize I'm not present in Facebook. It is my conscious decision at the beginning of this social media. I have Instagram, and even my Instagram page is closed. I try to verify all the people who visit my page. So I actually lacked visual experience in Italy. Everything is fine, but it is still foreign to me. I I'm living in Kharkiv, and Kharkiv is something that is dear to me. So my exhibition was organized. Then the gallery of Kharkiv came to Italy and organized some another exhibition of mine and exhibition of my colleagues. And in the same way as in Florence, uh, and there was the exhibition in Paris. The gallery is located 10 minutes walk from Louvre. There were lots of French people. There were about 30 Ukrainians. In Florence, the situation was a bit better. Once again, I want to emphasize that all our intentions to show that when something is ruined in Ukraine, it's part of the European space, all these efforts are private efforts. So, beyond our bubble, we are not heard. When America understood that they do not have their own bread in art, who was interested in it? Who was funded? Central Intelligence Agency, because they understood it was the nature shaping problem, nature shaping issues. So CIA was involved in it. Definitely the artists didn't know anything about it. Uh, they were involved in this creativity, the pop art appeared, but they created their distinguished brand. We do not have this state understanding. Unlike Russia, uh, 300 years of cultural policy on the part of Russia cannot be cancelled just for 1 year. And the Pope cannot understand, cannot actually realize that these are the Russians who were doing certain things in Bucha. And now lots of people have become the carriers of the empire markers. For Italian, for French, for Americans, they are not the carriers of the empire markers. And that's why we have to think about it. Now, this window of opportunity, of interest in Ukraine is opened, but it starts closing. And during the war, now we have a big opportunity to become part of cultural European space. And what I'm worried about, 90% of projects created by Ukrainians abroad are of low quality. And when the war is over, people in Europe will forget the war. But what they will be interested in is the quality of things coming from Ukraine. And they will compare the quality of Ukrainian things to the quality of the so-called Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, etc. They already compare it. But for example, if I can mention exhibitions. Lots of them are of very poor quality. I am invited to these exhibitions. I start researching what can in Kaunas, another one in Dresden, and now it will go to the Netherlands. There was an exhibition traveling to Denmark, Belgium, Switzerland with Ukrainian pictures of and landscapes. So there are very nice exhibitions, museum ones, but still I do not see the state behind these exhibitions, and I do not see the state understanding that if we do not build cultural space, our victory will be meaningless. And finally, I would say some very awful, some very bad thing. By the way, today I was supposed to be in Köln because there was another discussion about war. I rejected Köln and came here. I think that here we can discuss it much better. Just think what is happening. We take the aesthetic experience of totalitarian regime, we remove from this totalitarian regime the coat of arms of the Soviet Union. We have, we put our own coat of arms, and these aesthetics of totalitarian society with our coat of arms becomes ours. I'm talking about the Motherland Monument in Kiev, which was hated from the very beginning. So now we claim it ours, ours forever. But it's totalitarian, in essence totalitarian, and that means that the majority of society agrees with these totalitarian aesthetics. So we are fighting the totalitarian country, but we still agree and give our consent about these totalitarian aesthetics. So we have all the chances to become the same totalitarian state, and everybody is okay about it. Well, within our bubbles, we are concerned. Within our cultural bubble, we are concerned. But beyond it, we are not. Because in Kharkiv, they erect the monument to the kids who were killed. This is the aesthetics of the Barabashov's market. Well, this is awful, this is disgusting, but it's erected. The first lady comes, she's crying. But I would probably cry because of the memory, but not because of the monument. But this monument will be there, and everybody will see this is the way Ukrainians think about the children who were killed. So there are lots of things we have to do. And once again, we have to take a look at the enemy we are fighting, how serious they were about it for 300 years, how serious they were about the after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when they obliged the rich people to buy the Russian art in foreign auctions and bring it back to their country. Malevich will never become the Ukrainian artist until, in order to see his pictures, you will have to come to Kiev. You have to spend money on it, and there is no other way out. It's not about money. In order to buy Archipelago or Malevich, it's not enough to have money. You have to give a bribe to be sold it. Well, that's the case. If it's necessary to give a bribe, we should give a bribe. We are talking about the tools of culture, and these tools allow us to heal the body of the society. So the law is passed that we can, for example, become informant and give some information about corruption and be paid money for this. This is similar to the situation in France in the Middle Ages, when they said, okay, you just give some information about your neighbor and you have some land, etc. So what kind of society we are talking about? Whether we are going to live in the society of the informants, or we are going to live in the society of corrupt people. Think what's going on. we say that Putin is bad and he made Russians bad. What are we doing? We are doing just the same. Give information about your neighbor, about his involvement in corruption, and he will be paid for this. So this is just much more. Culture is the way society behaves inside the society and outside the society. I'm very sorry, I'm getting emotional, but this is about our relationship with Europe because we have to become part of the cultural European space. So far, I see huge private efforts on this way, but unfortunately, these private efforts are not enough. Probably now I'll play the role of lawyer and I will protect those people who were trying to do a bit more, and particularly if we are talking about the efforts of the state. Cer- Certain things have been done, and for 9 years we have already witnessed that big progress. Definitely, it's not 300 years. We were lagging behind. What uh, is the situation now? Well, the Notre Dame is in the center and we are on the periphery. When there is fire in the Notre Dame, the periphery feels it. And definitely, this is a challenge for those who will probably model the cultural reform. This is something we discussed yesterday. Probably we have to agree about the point whether we are going to play the same game Russia is playing, for example, to have our people in purchase commissions in the museums, to bring our people in the festival organizing committees. So we want to penetrate this cultural society, big cultural institutions. It's difficult because these big cultural institutions have their own agenda, they have their own priorities, they are under Russian influence, so they have a long-term story of relationship with Russia. But the point is whether by doing this will maintain this decolonization discourse, saying that we have to be here, we have to be there, we have to be assisted, we have to be in Paris, in London, in Berlin, in Rome. But on the other hand, there are this, the private initiatives you have mentioned. There is the archipelago, there are new islands, and this is horizontal network, unlike vertical one. Probably we can work within this horizontal space, and in this way, we'll be able to build something better. So when we are talking and use the phrase build back better, we do not only talk about the ruined and demolished building, but in the occupied territories, but we are also talking about the system we discuss and describe this world, because the world is changing and the war is not only related to big changes. The war is something that causes these changes, and the war is something that uh, is the result of these changes. The hierarchies collapse, and those people who go abroad should understand whether we are playing this game or not. For example, we want to participate in a cinema festival, top priority one. or probably we go to a smaller level festival, but we'll be able to see some decision makers there. I think that there are lots of people who were working in the Ministry of Culture and in the Ukrainian Culture Fund. So people were posing these questions, they were trying to respond to these questions. So we are talking about these challenges, we are talking about the presence of state on these islands. So where is the state of Ukraine on the global cultural map? So how we can trace it, what we are talking about specifically, saying that we lack the efforts on the part of the state. And I think that we can build a bridge to another discussion. You've said that Ukrainian literary scholar or writer can be located abroad but still mentally be in Ukraine. You have said that you can create only in Ukraine.
Well, well, I felt that after the exhibition in Paris, when I did everything I planned, I felt there's no reason for me to stay in Italy because I'm losing the senses and I cannot keep working. Because I was explaining to everyone that I'm in Italy because Kharkiv, it's cold in Kharkiv and dark and so on. But then the spring came and I realized that I can go home and I cannot keep working here because you don't have this visual experience to keep working. So that's it. This is an objective fact. Yes, and we were talked that the Ukrainian movies also cannot be made outside Ukraine, and this is about this coming back home and about the ability or inability to be a Ukrainian director outside Ukraine, and all those difficulties you have encountered, and also the fact that well, if we pull this rope, we will extend the support of the state. Well, I would like to first, well, explain, well, some specifics of how films are made and how they are supported by the state. In European countries, they have a kind of a governmental body like the state film agency in Ukraine. There are also some small film commissions. There are many of them in France, for example. So if you don't get money from the main fund, you can get well some bits and pieces from other places and organize some co-production and put the puzzle together. But in Ukraine, we have only the state film agency. We don't have any other sources of financing for the feature films and the films that go to Cannes and of Venice, Locarno, Rotterdam. These films they basically are like diplomats on the in the international film um, environment, and financing of feature films has been suspended. I'm not sure whether money is mm, uh, now allocated to documentary films, but well, it's a bit easier with the documentaries because the budgets are smaller and you can also get money for that abroad. So you can win a grant, get several sources of financing, and so on. It doesn't work like that with feature films. You can't just get money from some other country because you need to have the so-called majority. This is the main amount of money which is allocated by your country, and then you can get additional 20 or 30% for co-production. This is a very long-winded way, and it's very important for me to explain it now because I have read and well the another Facebook discussion on Dolbush movie. Well, some people like it, some people don't like it. Some say it's a good, the screenplay is good. The others say the screenplay is bad. But this is like the last, mm, well, uh, reflections and reverberations of Ukrainian feature films. Well, these are like Pamfir, Luxembourg, Luxembourg, Dovbush, Forever, Forever, which is now going to the Venice Film Festival, and then the next wave will be the Cosmos and Seduction and so on, and that's it, because the production of feature films requires at least 3 years. So a year for screenplay, then a year to find financing, and a year to shoot the movie, and then you need at least 6 months for post-production. So it's at least 3 years, and this is the last wave of feature films because the state is not providing money, not supporting film. So in 2, 3 years, Ukraine will not be represented. The Ukrainian voice will be not represented in the feature films at all, because there will be no movies at all. And to get to an A-class festival, you need to have at least a number of movies. And when the process is not taking place, when you do not produce dozens of films, as it happens in Russia, uh, then you cannot expect some sand grains to get to the top festivals. So we don't have all that. We don't have enough even average movies to choose from and to get something great and decent. I have come here after making a teaser. I managed to make a teaser for my new film. In August 2022, I was supposed to start uh, making the film called The Lower Horizon. And of course, no one did that in August 2022 because there was no financing, and also it required at least 60 people on a site, a lot of equipment. So it requires a lot of everything, a lot of equipment, lighting, cameras, people, and if you have an air raid alert, so you can't do anything with that. And of course, we put it all aside because that was a big global project with many people in one place. And as a person who doesn't work with documentaries, work with feature films only. I prepare a screenplay and so on and so forth. So the only way out I have was, well, this new wave. Of the minimalistic, low budget, well, I call it hermetic films. So you will be, well, focusing more on the screenplay, and this is what I'm trying to do right now. I have made a teaser, and we are now looking for financing. The film is called The Honeymoon. A film about a couple who has lived through the occupation in Kyiv Oblast, and the idea was very simple. And when I heard this piece of news, I basically well, uh, grabbed it. It's an apartment and a couple in an apartment, so you don't need any other settings. Everything will be shot inside, and as our uh, well, one of our previous presidents said, you have to well, just run between the raindrops. So on the one hand, this idea which is dear to you, and you have enough enthusiasm to work on it for a year or two. And on the other hand, it has to be something realistic in terms of financing, because if you don't do that, well, I'm not even saying that professionals or dying in the war. Viktor Onesko died, mm, and one of the best hikers in Ukraine, well, a person who specializes in the lighting. It's a very complicated profession. He was mutilated in war. Well, these people are very precious because you have to have a very, very long and specific training. He was wounded a couple of months ago, and well, luckily he's feeling better right now. I even met him at the premiere of Dolbush. But still, I have forgotten what I started from. Well, we were saying that no matter how much we speak about islands and archipelagos, these connections, there are some things which you cannot support somewhere else. Some industries can grow only here. Well, like writers. Well, some writers may say that they can write anywhere, but some would say that they can write only here. And well, but that will still be Ukrainian literature. But some things are so much rooted into production, and they are so dependent on well, other things. Like to make a film, you need to have at least two people. Well, so these are very complicated processes, and many of you may know about that. But since I uh, will participate in many professional discussions about the well, state policies, and people say that the movie should be well, left out, and the minister of well, culture said that the producer system will solve all the problems. Well, but it's not so. There are um, certain things that we should know more about, and we know there are many processes we don't know anything about or we don't know much about. We still have some time for questions and answers, so if anyone has anything to say, so let's pass the floor to these people. Good morning. I would like to thank the speakers for a very interesting discussion and for raising very important matters for our culture. And I have a couple of questions to you. The first one is what do we do? How do we unite our efforts? I'm not talking about the cultural elites of the country. I'm talking about the society in general. So, what do we do to create and uh, spread quality Ukrainian product so that we become a part of the European culture, so that we become more familiar for the Western European culture and they can look at us from their own context? And my second question is about the representatives of the underground movements. So, well, whatever angle you look at it, this layer is developing very actively right now. So, should the state support or not support these artists? For example, if we are talking about some heavy metal or experimental art or experimental films, for when we speak about Europe and America, they also have movements like that. They are very active there. There are many people who find it interesting, and due to this art and its spread from Ukraine, we could, well, share our culture as well. Thank you. Well, I think that probably each of you should answer about all these. All your industries? Well, I don't have an answer to the first question, but what concerns the second question, I have noticed that these smaller, or as you call them, experimental initiatives, they are supported by Europe quite eagerly. For example, there is Zoya Lakchionova, a director from Mariupol. She's now working on a large-scale documentary project about the ashes well, settling down on the surface. And she's now moved to Warsaw. She started from small scale experimental films, and she keeps working in that area, and she's been supported, and she also well brings her films to festivals and organizes film shows in galleries. But what concerns the state support, I don't have an answer to that. What concerns films, it's difficult to answer this question. I have a very philosophical and a long-term response to this. We all lack institutional support. What concerns the writers, well, probably are in a better position because it's enough to have a laptop for them, but at the same time, they still need to have some, well, support to live by. Well, so they need money. And other artists, so they have only one limited source of resources which gets scattered. Well, literary avant-garde is an interesting notion right now because there is no clear delineation like in film industry, because there are a number of different genres in literature, and almost all poetry, for example, can be considered avant-garde poetry because the circulation is about 1,000 copies. And the answer I realized for myself even long before this war is that it's necessary to keep working on education and on creation of the context for people to read. We need to promote literature by small projects, by large projects, using international grants, using well, the financing from the Ukrainian state, anything. Of course, the support from the state would be very important to keep professionals in their well places at work, like at the Ministry of Culture, for example. And this should be a long-term policy for 20 to 30 years. And this support is possible only within a large-scale state system, or well, the volunteers, as it well has been working on for the last couple of years. Well, I think that the question is not exactly correct because we're not talking about the support of the state. Well, there we have to understand that the state does not exist without a culture, and while uh, the all art, well, kinds of art are a part of culture, it means that it's not us who need the support of the state. It's the state who needs the support of the culture. There is no France without their French culture. There's no Italy without Italian culture because you don't have anything to defend then. But that, well, depends on personalities. Until people in power understand, well, it's like a makeup in the morning. The state wakes up and it looks in the mirror and say, "Oh my God." But then you have culture, you have films, you have art, and then you have paintings, and so you will add some touches and some makeup, and you look at it and say, "Well, it's a beauty." So. We are earning money on our own without the state. I did not even apply for a pension when I turned 65 because it's like 3,000 hryvnias. It will never solve the problems I have. So I mean that the state has to understand that it needs culture to remain a state. And this is something we have to explain to everyone. And no matter how cynical it sounds, but in times of war, we have to reduplicate our efforts because, well, more windows get open at that moment. I should also add that when we speak, whom do we mean when we speak about the state? If these are people sitting in a building in Franca Street, that's one thing. Or are we speaking about everyone and anyone here? So maybe the underground movements don't need the governmental support because it will actually stifle it with all the regulation and things like that. So I think that we have to ask questions about the state because this is about public funding, this is about public policy, and we actually hire the leaders of the state. We tend to forget about that, and they tend to forget about that, but that's the fact. But at the same time, we have to remember and ask ourselves, what are we doing? We have to speak about culture. We have to be interested in that. We have to understand how it works. Where do we buy the tickets? We have to buy subscriptions to Ukrainian streaming services. We have to buy tickets and not to ask, where can I download your movie for free? And why can't I download it for free 2 days after the premiere? And then we have to explain also why not. And accept it at the rules of the game, because there are certain rules of the game, and buying books, speaking about the books, publishing the books, I don't know, well, visiting the exhibitions, being interested in culture, being involved, and not just waiting for the state to come in and solve all the problems. Iryna, a theatrical critic. What concerns the state? Well, I'm like that. When we speak about the state, we usually will speak about the funding from the budget. We don't see the state as a system of security for an artist. We don't look at it as an anti-censorship system. We don't see it as the protection for copyright and so on. So we keep talking about the governmental funds. So maybe it will be more honest to say that in the 30 years of its existence, the state failed to create the effective tools to distribute this money. The Institute of Book is not doesn't get enough, and so on. And we need to think what to do with that, because the presence of the state, and Pavlo was right to say that the state needs the culture and not the other way round.
Sorry, I should not be told where to go and what to do. This is something obvious. And this is something the art is doing, paving the ways for the state, and then the state comes and sometimes does something not very good, and then we reflect why this something done by the state is so ugly. So actually, we just have some imprints of ours in this space, and then we live within this space. I have a question about the prospects, about the angles of views. Pavlo was talking about it. All of a sudden, we understand that things are of different quality, and these distances and these angles at which we look at ourselves, and which actually could become the subject for reflections or for interactions. Actually, I was thinking about this wall that is growing. So the question is, how can we say that Ukrainian art or Ukrainian artists, being so diverse, what narratives are the most important? What narratives come from these islands? What are the most important ones? What are we talking about? How do we describe ourselves? Are these integrative islands, or vice versa, the ones where we separate from the others? It seems to me that when we are externally on these islands, this is a dynamic bilateral process. So this communication is not fully envisaged, though we predict it, and within our environment or community, we try to promote high-level quality products. So for me, once again, this is the abstract idealistic answer about solidarity, because supporting each other in such situation means creating a network of quality filtration. So the artists definitely know each other, and in case they send each other projects within this system, what will be presented at the end of the system will be filtered through subjective expertise. It works pretty well in literature. Today, I'm probably the angel's advocate. I'm talking about certain idealistic things, but what is happening now actually is related to values, to quality, to the cost, and we are responsible for the quality, and we are responsible for the way we filter what goes to the outer world. Narratives. In our cinema bubble, cinematographic bubble, we still have a heated discussion, a painful discussion, whether we have the right to make films now, because the documentary films is one point, but the other films is something different. So do I have the right, for example, to make a film about Bucha, not calling it Bucha, not even showing the bodies shot, but still, where is the ethical boundary? And even making a teaser, I gave lots of questions to Dash and to myself. We have already had examples about two films, which I'm not going to name, but which, in the opinion of the cinema community, crossed these boundaries and actually overexploited the topic. Another point about the narratives. When you try to draw attention to a project abroad, in cinema industry it works like that. You go to different platforms, film production markets and workshop and present your project. And in 100% of cases, you do pitching of the project. It means that for 3 or 5 minutes you are talking about your project, about your story. So if I can do it within one sentence, you will understand it immediately. But when you come to such cinema markets, there are special coaches or mentors there who assist you to formulate your story in such a way that you deliver your message to the international community, because something that is easily understood by us is not as easily understood abroad. And sometimes something, sometimes in these efforts to deliver our message to the international community, we lose certain authenticity, which is very important in your narrative for your local audience. So this is the story, whether you create something for export and you want to appear in Venice, or you want to get connected and to get tuned with your local audience, or you would like to universalize your story in a way that it becomes oriented for both sides. So I still do not have a clear answer to this question. So the question was whether these islands have something positive. Definitely they have. It is the so-called partisan war. They are small, they are not enough. Why I say there should be a different scale, a bigger scale. For example, why Ukrainian artists have been invited to Köln to talk about this war, because there is an exhibition there that came from Madrid, and this is the exhibition of the Ukrainian avant-garde organized by Thyssen-Bornemis's museum. And actually, the representative of the museum bought my works last year, and the lady came there with a lecture saying, well, we are sorry, we were within the Russian narrative. We have a big collection of avant-garde art. And the narrative was that it is the Russian avant-garde, but now we have reviewed it and we see that this is the Ukrainian narrative. And she actually organized a big exhibition of the Ukrainian avant-garde of the 20s and 1920s and 1930s. So this is the part of the Ukrainian culture, and she organized it on her part. And she actually addressed the Ukrainian National Museum with the request for some other works. But where the initiative comes from Madrid, so she managed to do it. What about the Ukrainian side? Nobody actually was thinking about it. And whatever we are doing, I'm not sure about literature or cinema. In art, we have this just partisan war. Here is the small exhibition. Here is another one of a small scale one. There is no mentality. This is something Shivilov was writing about. Unfortunately, we have to admit it. We still have provincial mentality of a province. We underestimate what we are doing. In 1987, when it was still the Soviet Union, the first free exhibition of young artists in Moscow in their museum. So in Moscow, there was the notion which the very Muscovites called the Ukrainian wave. And this is my generation of artists. So why our works are there? Because the Russians bought them. Where are the works of Alexander Hryhoriy? It was the Ukrainian wave. Why didn't we pick up this wave after 1991? The Russians called it the Ukrainian wave. Hellman actually renamed it into Southern Russian wave. Wasn't it? Okay, Hellman can talk whatever he wants. These were not the Ukrainian galleries who were working with these artists. This was Hellman from Moscow who was working with them. I have my own example. I am a young artist, not very famous. It is 1993. Who buys my works? Pushkinsky Museum, the Tretyakov Gallery. I'm 34 years old. I'm nobody. Nobody knows me, but they already buy my works. And then they organize exhibitions. And for example, there was the exhibition in Pushkin's museum. And the exhibition was called Southern Russian School. Южно-Русская школа. And in Ukraine, okay, let it be. Nobody actually took any interest in it, unfortunately. And this is something I stress. We underestimate ourselves. This is the beginning of everything. We have this 30 years of independence. We have the Museum of Modern Art. Okay, people come to us. People bring us munitions, weapons, etc. People want to see our culture. It's a bit more difficult with literature because it's necessary to have translations. Just imagine the prime minister of a foreign country comes where they have a chance to see modern Ukrainian art. These are people who are intelligent, who are interested in art, but where they can see it. Because now everything is in Vienna, in some other countries and capitals. Well, we have to wind up our discussion because we still have to make a small break between the two panels. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your answers. See you. afternoon, dear people who returned to us from coffee break. My name is Veronika Sklerova. I'm a co-curator of this day. For us, this day is about hope, about opportunities, about return. Probably these hopes are a bit utopic, but now I would like to introduce the moderator of the probably hottest panel today. The panel is called Foreign Countries or Settled Lifestyle Policies of Return/No Return. We shall discuss whether the policies exist and what we should do as societies in this situation. I do hope it will be an optimistic discussion. I give the floor to Iryna Podolyak, an expert on cultural policies. Just fantastic person. Thank you very much for this introduction. Dear friends, I'm not sure how heated the discussion will be and how optimistic it will be. We'll see it at the end of our panel. But so far, I would like to introduce the panelists, the participants of this panel. And I would like to emphasize what was important for us in the process of preparing this panel. We are talking about our bubbles, and we say that the cultural bubble is probably not heard outside the bubble. Particularly, we are not heard by the representatives of the state. There is only one ministry, this is the Ministry of Culture, and there is the complicated system of relationship. But the other systems of power do not interact with the culture. And we have decided to engage the representatives of different authorities, not only from the cultural field, in order to project our cultural practices onto the interaction with the representatives of the cultural area and representatives of different authorities, different branches of power. The previous panel has said that the artists do not need the state, but the state, if it wants to be the state, should understand how important it is for the state to support the artists, what the artist MAKOV called the tools of culture. So our panelist today is the Deputy Minister for Infrastructure, and we call the Ministry for Restoration, Ms. Azarkhina. She is online, she's in Kyiv now, and she will be the first speaker today. Here, close to me, is Ms. Hryhoriy, who is a high-level cultural expert. She is the ex-Deputy Minister of Culture. She's the Deputy Minister of Culture, and she's a very well-known cultural figure. Here with us is Mr. Roman KECHUR. In my opinion, without psychotherapy and some supervision, it's a bit complicated for us to counteract, considering that the society is traumatized, and even interaction between the authorities and the civil society also requires some intervention. Also here with us is Ms. Tamila TASHEVA. Probably lots of you know her because she started as a civil activist and now she is the head of the presidential office in the Republic of Crimea. And her position, her stance, and her civil society experience is really important for us because we know how many returns and how many exiles experienced our compatriots, the Crimean Tatars. And we are convinced that the experience of this institution, the representative office of the president, will be very important for us. And we have one more speaker. This is a person who I called a field person. So this is a cultural figure. This is a person who works as a tool, as a means, as a field. This is Maksym HOLENKO, who chairs our Maria Zenkovecka National Theatre. And he also has his own experience, his own practices, his own ideas. What can bring our people back? What can bring people to the theater? And what is generally the role of the theater in order to harmonize all these relationships and interaction? This is everything from me, and now I ask Ms. Azarchina to start our discussion about return of people who left Ukraine, about return of internally displaced people, discussion about how the Ministry for Restoration, which actually deals with infrastructure, construction and creating conditions for people to be able to return to something. So the ministry actually builds the nests for us, and therefore we can expect that our compatriots have something to return to. So how it works, whether there is the communication with the people we would like to come back. So please, you're welcome.
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to join this event. This topic is very close to me, and our team just doesn't just call itself a Ministry of Recovery because there's a special decree defining this name, and we have a broader view, not only on infrastructure, but we also deal with the development of local self-government and development of the state regional policy. So luckily, the ministry responsible for recovery is focusing not only on the hard things, so to say, not only on the physical things, but we also think about the bridges of sense. And we have several areas of activity which answer your questions in this or that way. And for us, 2022 is the year of survival, and despite certain prejudice, so we started the recovery also in 2022. Especially, it was connected to the newly reclaimed territories. We had to rebuild the bridges. We had to prevent the humanitarian crisis. We had to help people go back to the liberated territories. This year gave us the opportunity to start working on social projects and the projects connected with critical infrastructure. And I remember when we started planning 2023, and we discussed that bringing Ukrainians back home is the main goal for us. And there are many layers in this regard, because one thing is to ensure basic access to the basic services. Necessary for people, and we have established the system that actually established the priorities for critical infrastructure, the recovery of infrastructure, without which human life is impossible. Water, roof over the heads, water supply, electricity supply, heating. These are some basic things, and without them, you cannot go back home. So we all talk about the fact that we need to ensure that people have homes. We had many disputes and discussions, and we talked to the president about that. And now, when it comes to housing, despite active hostilities, we are trying to orient ourselves at the market mainly. We have this a recovery system. People can get compensation for destroyed or damaged property through the app. This is a very transparent and effective way of being able to repair things. The first billion has already been spent on that. Then there was a more complicated moment. If housing is completely destroyed, there was a law adopted when people could decide where to use this housing certificate that equals the cost of the destroyed uh, housing. For example, I'm from Odessa Oblast. My house was destroyed, and now I can decide myself whether I want to buy something used or I want to buy a completely new apartment and where I want to do that. In Odessa Oblast, in Cherkasy Oblast, in Chernihiv Oblast, in Lviv Oblast, or somewhere else. Not everyone liked the idea because this may cause more ideas, more problems for the regions which suffered the most, because that well, it causes certain disbalance, but we wanted to put a person in the center of the policy. And we also have the fund for liquidation of the consequences of the armed aggression. This is the fund which is the first step by the state to establish a systematic approach to priorities. This is the way to allocate money to um, different regions. So we will prioritize housing, then social infrastructure, shelters and schools, and similar projects. And what concerns the next years, we understand that it's not enough to focus on social infrastructure and survival. Our team is now setting the key KPIs as well, economic development and jobs, because all the investments we make into social infrastructure at the moment are worthless if we don't have the understanding of the demographics and the well places of work of people. So those communities where they have some economic activity, where they have the enterprises, they recovered and rebuilt the things they themselves. They attracted donor funds and so on and so forth, and they did everything they could to maintain the number of people they had before the full-scale invasion. And we have to well pay attention to these right practices, and we have to identify them. And our ministry really believes that now is the time to reconsider our approaches to infrastructure and speak about recovery broader from the point of view of community, citizen, the state. And we have a very interesting set of tools. So we have launched a digital system called Dream. On the one hand, this is our direct answer to the questions of accountability, transparency, and so on and so forth. The recovery process is super decentralized, but it's decentralized not only from the point of view of Ukraine, but also from the point of view of the partners, because we have more than 100 of different sources of financing for recovery, both large-scale ones and small-scale ones. We in this digital system we have a module which provides the citizens with the opportunity to impact the recovery processes in their communities. And it's very important because we want to work not only at the level of project selection and monitoring, but we want to well, initiate projects where people will be the co-owners of recovered buildings. We're now looking into these opportunities. We do not just want to bring people back from abroad because everything will be great here. We understand it won't be great in a moment or overnight, but it requires a lot of work. We're looking at the examples of Israel, where they managed to attract best talents, mobilize best talents from around the world, and build their state. So we have to do the same. It's not a picture of attracting people to go back to Ukraine because we are better than Poland or some other things from the point of view of infrastructure or something else. But this is something what we can offer our citizens is to be the co-owners of the rebuilding process, to be a part of the state creation process. And in many countries which are more developed than Ukraine and richer than Ukraine, they cannot offer that to their citizens. We are in a situation where, regardless of whether you are in the government or not, you can make changes. And sometimes when you're outside the government, you can do even more than in the government because this is how our state and our society works. So our task is to provide a transparent and clear framework, the clear rules regarding priorities. What concerns communications, we can't say that one ministry can ensure all the communications. That's why we rely on communities heavily, and we want to provide people with homes so that they can later compete for jobs and other things and bring well people back, not just passively because the kindergarten will be better, but because we share one dream, a dream of the future of the country, which can be created with our own hands. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to participate in the rest of the panel. Well, thank you very much, and I would like to continue and to start our discussion with Helena. But before we do, I would like to mention that the state is interested in bringing people back. But who are the people the state is interested in? For whom will the jobs be created? For people to work, to pay taxes, and to support the existence and development of the state. Will these be, well, I would like to use a quotation from an acquaintance of mine who wrote this on Facebook. I will just quote that this is the state interested in bringing back tractor drivers, or is the state interested in bringing back artists? Who is needed by the state? Or does it even matter whether people will go back or not? Doesn't matter how homogeneously the people spread around the territory of Ukraine after the war. I would like to refer you to some analytical data provided by our colleagues from the Center for Economic Strategies. You may have heard about it. This is a recent study. About 4 million people have left the country. These are mainly women aged 35 to 49 with children. Out of all those who have left the country, 29% are highly qualified specialists, good professionals. And when this focus group was surveyed about the conditions on which they will be ready to go back to Ukraine, so the majority of them say that, well, it depends on the end of the war, the victory, at the end of bombardment of those areas where the person used to live. And then so security is first and foremost. Then the second factor are the jobs. And here we need to understand. And the third factor, I don't remember what was the third factor, but I'm trying to persuade you to go to the website of the Center for Economic Strategies. They have this data on their website. So the question is the state interested in bringing back people of culture, those who have left, those who stayed abroad, and those who are in doubt whether to go back or not? So what can we say about the policies of the state? What magnets could attract those people who have left the country and who are trying to find themselves somewhere abroad? or in other parts of Ukraine. So, what do we do for this person to be willing to go back no matter what? Helena, should we distinguish or segment those who left into people working in different industries, people of different professions? Are there different reasons for different people for coming or not coming back? Thank you for your question. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the colleagues from non-cultural fields for joining. I should start with the figures because we don't have the real picture of who left Ukraine. Well, the figures are very different from 5.5 to 7 million. These are just the figures, and the most trustworthy tool is mobile operators, because people who leave Ukraine, they very often keep their Ukrainian SIM card, and neither the consular registers nor the um, uh, world nor the IMO have the actual figures. From surveys, we know that two-thirds of those people who left the country have higher education. Some of them have already found jobs there. Most of them are women with children. It's very difficult to predict who will come back and who will not, even on the basis of the surveys, because the things they say answering the question whether you plan to go back to Ukraine is not so much reliable, because they say what they are expected to say. Yes, I'm going home, but whether it will happen and when it will happen, we don't know. Well, because security is the most important factor. This is the first priority, which everybody mentions in each and every survey. And after that, you have the problem of whether I will be able to find a job in Ukraine, then whether my children will be able to go to school, whether my parents will be able to get medical services in hospitals, and so on. And only after that can we speak about quality of life. When the person goes back to Ukraine and decides where they want to live, they will be thinking not only about the jobs, but also about the quality of living in this or that community. And in this case, culture and cultural infrastructure and the basic network of cultural facilities, as a euphemistic way of putting it, will matter a lot. So, except, having a place to live and accept a job, will I have a place to spend my leisure time? At the First Ladies and Gentlemen Summit in Kyiv, which was held a couple of days ago, they presented research on mental health. The main treatment, or whatever you call it, the main way to recovery for Ukrainians, according to the survey, is communication with others, and the second one is having a hobby. So these two things have to be ensured. So they have to be places where people can well do something interactive together with other people. And I think that this role could be performed by certain cultural facilities, when if they understand that these are the places to help people establish horizontal connections and strengthen our social cohesion, because this is the place where we can communicate with people outside work and outside family. Answering the question whether the state actually prioritizes the return of artists, I don't think the state prioritizes the return of anyone because we cannot predict when it will happen. We're talking about that, and we know that the country will lack 10 million hands of, people who have that. And these don't have to be Ukrainians, these may be people from other countries who would come here to help rebuild the country. And whether we will be integrating them into our society, what kind of people these will be. Will they speak the same language? Will they be from the same cultural context? Will they have professed the same religion? That's an open question because I think that the Ukrainians' tolerance is exaggerated, and we need to learn to cooperate and to live together with people from other background, people unlike those whom we have been living with and communicated with before that, because even internal migration is a problem, well, like with the problem of perception of internally displaced people in the new communities, and this is an acute problem, but this is also a part of the national security. How about prioritizing people of culture? If we talk about the figures, the cultural sphere, well, there's about 500,000, maybe a bit more people, and the scale of the whole country, it's a very low figure. It's not like agricultural worker or industrial workers or educators or healthcare workers. In comparison to these industries, there are so few of us. We have 33,000 of cultural facilities in Ukraine, but very often these are clubs and libraries with just one person working there. So we have an extended network, but the facilities themselves are very small. And then there's also the question, what should this network be like? I don't like this, expression cultural facilities. I should probably call them cultural institutions, although we still need to grow to achieve the level of an institution. But the question of reformatting this network, because it was inherited from the Soviet times, it was a network of propaganda transmitting very specific messages. That is why Russians find it very easy to integrate into this network on the occupied territories because it's identical to their network. They are compatible. They just come in, change the books in the library, change the name of the street, change the name of a cultural facility, and start working well with their markers of their state and impacting and influencing locals there. So we need to um, change and work in a different way. So this should be not just a library giving you books and loan. This should be a library which hosts socially important events in this community. A theater should be a place where you cannot just watch some place, but also where various events are held. Museums and other cultural institutions, they have to become an open platform for uh, establishing unity and for communication. And I think that we should prioritize this in the country, and it's even more important to prioritize this than bringing people back. So we have to reconsider the network, we have to reconsider how we work with people, we have to reconsider how we work within the system of culture. And what concerns the return of people who are not recorded by statistics, like artists, dramatists, composers. These are very often people who do not work in the network, in the system. They don't have an official job, or they work as someone else, for example, but they still work in the area of creative industries.
And these freelancers and creators should be the focus of our attention. We should try bringing them back because human capital will be actually important at the level of the state. The representatives of different states have already said that here refugees are much better than Syrian refugees. They are well integrated, they learn the language, they quickly integrate into our society, so we actually are would like to let them stay, so they won't stimulate their return. For example, Germany has prolonged social benefits for the Ukrainian refugees. From the research Iryna mentioned, only two countries introduce payments for the refugees to return to their native country. All the other countries continue the policy of integration of our people into their societies because these are people with high education, they are well integrated people. So the question is where we are going to have, for example, people to work with agricultural technology because those who have been working there are now working in the military area. So my predictions are not optimistic one. And I would like to come back to my first question. When and how the active military actions uh, finish? This will be the first point for us to plan something and think about our first steps. Thank you. When we are talking about this return of our people, and when we actually deal with the context of culture, and here the primary authority is the Ministry of Integration or the Ministry of Restoration, as we have already said. So probably we should rethink the name of the Ministry of Culture. Probably we should rename it into the Ministry of Interaction. So what you were talking about was the interaction between among people at different platforms on different sides of the border. It is important to create here different conditions for people who would like to return than those they actually live now. We are talking about space for interaction, space for conversation, space to relive together certain practices, including cultural ones. And this is the challenging task, both for the authorities, for the people in power, and for us as well, apart from the fact that it often seems to us that we are not heard, we actually demonize those people whom we delegated the authority. But our task is to talk to them, to voice these challenges, including the fora similar to the one we are now. And I would like now to ask Tamila Tasheva to talk about such issues. For example, we have this institution, the representative office of the president in the Republic of Crimea, talking about the dialogues on the future of the Crimea, about the model in the Ukrainian state, about return of people. And we understand that the return we are talking about, be it the return of the Crimean Tatars or the Ukrainians into Crimea, will not be the first return and not even the second return. And the experience of coming back to the lost uh, home is already present with the Crimean Tatar community. So now you can actually plan the strategy for this return, for this renovation. So what kind of format will this return take place? Could you please share your ideas? Thank you, Iryna. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel discussion. Probably I would like to share my personal story at the beginning, and then I would go to some general things about reintegration of the Crimean Peninsula. The Crimean Tatars are those people who have always wanted to come back home, to return home. The very concept of coming back home is the uh, thread in every Crimean Tatar family. Unfortunately, my family and the family of my colleagues, Susanna Jamaladinova, who's Jamal, and many others. So we are the fourth or the fifth generations that have to leave their houses, their homes, and dream with about the hope to return. So the story of the colonized Crimea started not in 2014 and not even in 1944 when the Crimean Tatars were the deportation of the Crimean Tatars took place. The colonization of the Crimea started with the Catherine II, who actually ruined the Kazakh state and the Ukrainian statehood. And after this, the first process of displacement of people from Crimea started. The Crimean Tatars were under repression. There were certain artificial conditions for them to leave the Crimea even before 1944. And the issue of the colonized peninsula was settled settled by Russia with the full deportation of the Crimean Tatars in 1944. And since that time, the Russian community in the peninsula have become a majority. And when I'm talking to our international partners, and they say, well, it's not that clear. You understand that the Crimea has always been Russian, with the Russian community being present there. So we have to indulge into these explanations. We have to explain why it is the territory of Ukraine, how it is related historically to the territory of Ukraine. So we explain it on the example of the indigenous people and on the example of Crimean Tatars. I was born in Uzbekistan at the age of 5. I came back to Crimea. Actually, when I came back to Crimea, Ukraine regained its independence, and actually, my entire professional career is related to Ukraine. And my story is not a unique one. I will repeat it. These are the typical stories for all the Crimean Tatars who now occupy very important state positions. For example, the appointment of the Rustem Umerov to the post of the Ministry of Defense is a signal for the Crimean Tatars that Ukraine will fight for Crimea and the Crimean Tatars will play an important role in this battle. We definitely have to think who is going to live on that land that has been colonized for many centuries, and now this is the modern stage of colonization. There are two important issues to be mentioned here. One is return of our people to the Crimean Peninsula, because the question is for whom are we bringing this territory back? Whether we would like to have some population on that peninsula, or we would like to see the peninsula which will be densely populated by the Crimean Tatars, by the Ukrainians. So who is going to return there? So this is the first point, return to the Crimea. And the second component we are working on is actually deportation of the Russians because they colonized this territory. According to different estimates, Uh, there are about 800,000 people who came to the territory of the peninsula. They are foreign to our culture, to our mentality. They have totally different values. These are not values of human rights, the rule of law, different liberties, or respect to diversity that has always been present in Crimea. And definitely, the position of the state is the unified one. They are also to blame for the Russian crimes, and they have to leave the Crimea, and our people have to come back. And the policies we design right now are aimed at safe reintegration of the peninsula. Another point we are thinking about is something that we call cognitive deoccupation or cognitive demining of human minds, because we understand that people have been living under occupation for 9 years. Next year it will be 10. They have been influenced by total propaganda. They have been living with no Ukrainian information space. And this is something we have to work on. I'm talking about very specific tools, the policies of memory that have to be developed in Crimea, the musification of certain territories should be done. Also, there should be some issues related to decolonization processes and processes related to decommunization of some physical space. I do not want to come back to Crimea where there will be the Lenin Avenue or the Avenue of Kirov, to the Crimea with the monuments to Stalin or to Catherine the Great. So this is something we have to work on and take certain steps. So now we work with the Board of Cognitive Deoccupation. The board includes the public opinion leaders, different experts, and together we try to develop some specific action plan. We shall think what will be done before the occupation and what should be done after the occupation. And there are some other issues we try to address. And this is human resources necessary for restoration. These are people who will be the first to go to the Crimean Peninsula after it is deoccupied. These are people who will be civil servants there. These are people who will be working in the museums, who will be tour guides, etc., etc. This is something that should be planned now. I'm talking about teachers and doctors, because people who have been living under occupation, under propaganda, will not all these people will be given chances to teach others, etc. Definitely there will be some restrictions regarding occupying certain positions, but during the first period we need people who will go there and who will help us build Ukrainian institutions in the Crimea. And definitely we should encourage people with some material stimulus. For example, at the level of the ministry, we already have the human resources planned. We have 1,600 people who are on our list. The majority of these people were willing to go to the Crimea, so it's about 80% of people who are on the list who would like to go to the Crimea. Uh, Actually, the state is very active regarding the issue of Crimea. And the final moment I would like to mention, we have to think about the issues related to the diaspora. I think this is something we should think about as well. The Crimean Tatars have very big diaspora abroad, and we should engage these people into restoration of our territories. We definitely need human resources. Definitely will try to take all the efforts in order to develop these programs aimed at bringing people back, but still we understand that not everybody will come back. Still, there are people who share our values, values of freedom. There are very big Crimean Tatar diasporas in Turkey and in Romania. They share our religion with us. Well, Ukraine is different. We have to highlight this point, and these are very powerful messages to our partners regarding the support we need in our diversity. And I think that we should pay attention to our diasporas that may spend some time and efforts on assisting us regarding restoration of the occupied territories. Some people will be willing to go, some people should be stimulated with some programs. I am sure that the Crimea will be deoccupied in the near future, in some not near future, but we should be ready for this. Thank you very much. Tamila, I have a follow-up question. When you develop these return strategies, do you communicate directly with those people or with the environment or with the community from whom you expect that they will be ready to return? Do they have certain request for certain conditions for return? Yes, definitely. We communicate both with people living in Crimea and abroad. There are some complicated issues, for example, issue of collaboration, of return of property, holding to liability. So all these issues related to return are discussed with our people in the Crimea. Certainly, these tasks are very complicated because everything is controlled by the Federal Security Service of Russia, and cooperation with Ukraine can be critical for these people. We try to find ways to communicate. We get feedback from them, and we also try to communicate with people who left the Crimea after the full-scale invasion. So we are not talking about the IDPs after 2014, but we also are talking about people who left the Crimea after full-scale invasion, and these are people who are now in Turkey, in Central Asia, in Ireland. For example, now we have a very big community of the Crimean Tatar in Ireland because there were very good conditions given to the Ukrainian states. Also, there are people living in some other countries. So we communicate all these things. And if we are talking about the Crimean Tatars and their role in the future of Crimea, the question is what will be the status of that territory? Unfortunately, we cannot give specific answers to this question because during the martial law it is impossible to amend the constitution. We discuss it with the people's deputies of Ukraine because these are the members of parliament who will make these decisions. But the signal is that the Crimean Tatars, as the indigenous peoples, are important to the state, and by adopting the strategic documents about developing the Crimean and Tatar language and culture and appointment of the Crimean Tatars to some very important posts, gives us hope that these people who will come back to the Crimea, to their motherland, will have a special place as the indigenous people. They will have their native land.
So we should be talking about the special role for Crimean Tatars, not just because the as an, well people were shaped there on that territory, but also because we don't have any other state except Ukraine, and we expect Ukraine to uh, protect us. And these are important signals, and this will actually will give people impetus to go back home. Thank you very much. I think this is a lesson we can learn from Tamila's words. The government, let's call it that way, the government of all levels should not only in some specialized institutions, but at all levels speak with one voice, saying that Ukrainians or the citizens of the state are a value, and that people at all levels, people who have certain powers, will do everything they can to make sure that Ukrainians have a place to go back to and they can interact and rebuild the state after their return. Because, of course, we could establish some new institution or some new body, because, it's a kind of an anecdote that whenever there's a problem, our state establishes a new body that should be solving this problem. And then the next person, the problem appears, and the new body is established to solve this problem. But in conditions we are in, the return to this person-centeredness is important, just as the establishment of our relations not top-down but bottom-up, starting with people's needs. It could be an important lesson to learn, and it could be an important indicator. In this context, I would like to ask Maksym the following. Maksym is also an internally displaced person. Well, he's from Mykolaiv. He was born in Mykolaiv. But he's been working in Lviv, not because of, well, the war, but because of the job he's doing. He works in Zankovatska Theater here in Lviv, and he has some plans and also has certain examples. Some are good, some, well, ended up not the way he expected them to, but they are connected with bringing back people who left the country, people who left their places of residence. So bringing these people back to the theater. So I would like to ask you to tell us about these stories. And then when we pass the floor to Roman, I would like you to note how unique is theater among different tools, as MAKOV said, I mean the tools of culture, to perform the function of the moderator or a mediator to help people with different experiences come to an agreement, and whether theater as such could uh, well somehow uh, well mitigate these potential conflict we may expect. Hello. I'll speak not only about Zankovatska Theater. What is the theater world? It's very small, very individual, and a play depends on several individuals who come together and do something, and those who produce adequate content in our Ukrainian bubble are very few, and some of these people have left abroad, and I think that this is a bad story for the theater. And one of the most important tasks for me is to bring these people back. It's not only my individual thing, but it's also the matter of survival of the Ukrainian theater. So some very specific examples. I'll start with the Zankovatska theater. Well, months ago, I was in Vasilko Theater in Odessa, and I would like to mention just a couple of words about what we faced during this full-scale invasion. I worked there for 3 years. We had a great company. We well produced a place for the whole Ukraine, but in a couple of days we ended up with just 6 people. But we still decided to keep working to uh, go on stage and play it. So we organized it under the stage, and the full-scale wars broke out. I was asking myself whether we could keep well doing theater, so to say. But when I looked at our audience and at the feelings of people watching this play, I realized that theater has a therapeutic effect on people. And I realized that we are needed. It was clear that we need people, we don't have them, and we started the story from some problematic points. We started talking to actors individually, getting them back. Or inviting them to us. So we had people from Kherson, from Mykolaiv, from Kharkiv, and thanks to that, the theater partially survived. And we both helped some people, and we also um, well, gave the theater a new life. What concerns the Zankovatska theater, we're now talking about the complete reboot. And we can all do that using the internal reserves only. We won't be able to do that. Some theaters could do that, but first and foremost, theater is the director, the artist, the company, the composer, and the actors. But if they are the actors, but no one else, so we will not produce any plays. And we have to produce 16 plays this season. So I have very specific tasks to tackle. I have to find a creative team for each play, and most of these people are abroad. I talked to each and every one of them. I know the market more or less. I know who left. I keep in touch with these people, and we talk to people. We try to persuade them to come back, to engage them at least into some projects. We try to offer employment to the others. We try to explain what a unique experience it might be. And, it sometimes, seems very lofty or something, but it works. And, people come. They want to do these things. For example, in the upcoming plays, we have 3 artists from abroad. These are Ukrainian artists. Um, uh, One is from France, the other is from uh, uh, other countries. Also, people who have jobs there, but they understand they are needed here. They are ready to work, And that's the most important thing for me. My task is to bring people back. What specific things can I do? I can offer them a job. This job should be interesting, and people should understand that they will not have any traumas connected with working in, well, government sponsored theaters, because many artists have traumas like that. And well, I'm trying to guarantee it myself and provide them with some other guarantees. It's difficult, but people come back and they are happy. And we have also brought back several directors. I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy that these people are not in Austria or Portugal, but they are here. Now we are talking about successful artists first and foremost, those who have found themselves there. But I'm very happy they want to come back, and we'll do everything we can to make it happen. Thank you very much. As far as I understand, an argument for coming back, well, actually, the arguments for coming back may be different, but in your situation, this professional demand is an argument, and the possibility for well, working in one's profession and providing quality products is an argument. Yes, first and foremost. So this may be a kind of a magnet for those people who are doing great somewhere else. Yes, and we guarantee them that they will do their job. They will be able to work on quality products. Yes, this is what Helena mentioned when we talked about the fact that we cannot speculate and bring people back to the conditions and circumstances they used to be in before the 24th of February 2022. So the conditions and circumstances have to be different. Yes, it all has changed. People understand that. But I'm happy that they are ready to go back, that they are ready to return. Well, the well, we should offer people professional opportunities. We offer them the possibilities we have, and then people have this chance to come back. Thank you. When I discussed this panel before the forum, well, you could actually see in the description that there was a very ornithological topic about the warm countries, the nests, return or non-return, and so on and so forth. This is, well, an allegory. Well, we are not social Darwinists, so, well, maybe some of them. Some of us believe that God created it all. Some are atheists or agnostics. Well, doesn't really matter. I so at the first stage, I called a person, Natalia Zubanko. She's an academic. She works at the Natural Sciences Museum. I'm not sure she's here. Is she here? Yes, she's there in the corner. So I called her and I said, we'll have a bird-related topic. And it's kind of understandable because, warm countries, the roots, coming back or not coming back, and then they settle in those places and they start living in those places where they never used to live before and decide not to go back home. We talked about that, and she said that we could think about two biological terms here. The first term is homing. This is from biology, from science. This is the ability of living creatures to return to their place, to their home, regardless of how far away it is. They have this radar or navigator that brings them back. And there's another term which I like a lot. It's a bit different from homing. And this is philopatry. This is also a biological term. It's not from sociology or culture. For example, a toad will always comes back to that place where it grew up. So very interesting things connected with the biological world, with the world of people, all these allegorical things. It's interesting to look at us all as well, how it all changes and how our attitude changes, how our connection changes. I mean, our attitude to our place of birth, to what we consider homeland, and to all those other things which are not in the focus of our discussion at this particular moment. The topic of our discussion is about the triggers that um, actually work for people who have left their country because of the war. So, what makes these people decide, well, at this or that moment, take into consideration certain factors or not taking any factors into consideration, but just following the instinct, this homing instinct to go back? So, what triggers will work for our people? For example, this winter. We don't know what kind of winter we will have. It's expected that this year our country may be left by, well, more than 100,000 people more. We don't have the exact figures because we can't work with big data well enough. And there's a great psychotherapist and psychiatrist, teacher at the Ukrainian Catholic University School of Psychology, and also an internationally recognized expert and a very good speaker, a fantastic expert in his area, Roman. So, Roman, I would like to ask you to tell us how it all works, and what do we, as people representing the state, know what to work with so that the majority of those who have left come back home? Can you tell us?
Well, if I could answer. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel. People feel nostalgic. People feel sad. People dream about returning into the past. It's impossible. People who are now abroad and think that they will come back, they are dreaming of coming back into the past and they will be disappointed. It's impossible to come back into the past. The nature doesn't allow it. But people can come back into future. For the person to come back into the place you you left, there should be some dream. And the function of the state, the function of us as the community, is to formulate this dream. This was the way the Jewish people came back to their native land. They didn't live there for centuries, but they came back because they had that dream. There were some mad people, crazy people who formulated that dream, maintained it, and were working for this to be achieved. And the dream should not be just a dream, it should be some realistic. Apart from the dream, there should be some hope. Faith and belief, hope and dream. This is something that brings us forward. Nostalgic won't lead us anywhere. Being sad about Paradise Lost will give us anywhere. We shall build probably a place for pensioners, and that will be visited by young people. So it will be like that if we do not plan this access forward. You have mentioned philopatry. Philo- Philopatry is not only about biological issues, it has very deep psychological sense. We can have very um, approximate division of people into philopaths and another category. Philopaths are society oriented. These are people who come here just because they like the atmosphere. They do not like the people, but they like the atmosphere, the building, the smell, the memories they have associated with this building. And these people will come back to their native motherland, trying to get the feeling of this motherland. And there are the other category, which are the ethnophiles. And these people are not interested in the building, in the premises, in the atmosphere. What they want is to have some other people around. And this is because you come here, because you wanted to meet people who are important for us. So we have a bike with two pedals. We have to create this environment, this dream about the country on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have to establish thousands of connections that link a person to a country. For example, we have this conglomeration. For example, there is the Ukrainian Psychotherapists Association. We know where our people are, we know them name by name, we know how many people we have in different countries. So we have the German branch, Polish branch, Finnish branch, Lithuanian branch of the Ukrainian Psychotherapist Association. So every country has its branch, and these people have their specific projects. They work on these projects. They maintain their relationship with our Ukrainian community here. This is just one of the examples. And definitely, we won't be able to keep them if we do not establish this network relationship. So this network can be created only by us, not by the state. And we have a big advantage because before February 24, 2022, we lived in a bad country. Whatever happened was bad. And then there was this full-scale invasion, the war, and now all of a sudden this country has become the best one. So all of a sudden we understand that Ukrainian railways have been working all the time. Ukrainian banks have been working all the time. I cannot imagine it, for example, in Germany. If there were some Russian troops not far from Berlin, I'm not sure whether the German banks, Deutsche Bank, would be operating. For example, the Ministry of Healthcare. We made a request to the Ministry of Healthcare. It was in January 2022. Just imagine, at the beginning of April, my request was responded to. And that was the moment I believed in our victory. There was just some requests, some few requests. I saw how many stamps and signatures were on my request. It means that the ministry operated all the time. And that shows, and I'm already summing it up, we have the past that unites us. We should have the ethics of memory. We should remember our people, our origin, but it's just ethnographic part, and we won't be able to reintegrate it into our nation. We have to create our nation once again. We have to bring our people back and invite some new people, because those people who come back won't be enough to build the country back. So we have to invite some other people and integrate these people into our society. So we have to integrate them linguistically and culturally. And we have not only to change these people, but we should be ready for changes ourselves. It is impossible to assimilate other people without having some changes within our inner community. So we should be able to integrate some other people and make them ours. And that means that we have to produce some cultural product in various areas and fields. I'm not talking about culture in the narrow meaning of this word. If I remember correctly, culture is the way we cultivate land. So we have to create such technologies within our culture that would encourage other people to join our community. And we have to understand what is our victory. In order to make it happen, we should win. Because if we are defeated, very few people will come back. In order to ensure that people come back, we have to win. We have to ensure our victory. And to ensure our victory, we have to understand how it should look like. So if we come back to the borders of 1991, the war won't be over. And even if Russia collapses, the war won't be over. It will continue until Ukraine is part and parcel of the Western world. And if we become aware of the fact that the eastern borders of Ukraine should be the eastern borders of NATO and the European Union, we understand why we need these reforms. We need judicial reform not just because of economic development. Well, definitely it will be better, but we need the judicial reform to survive. Otherwise, we don't have any chances for survival beyond the context of Western civilization. It seems to me these reflections are necessary for our society in order to better understand the world we live in. The Ukrainians living in the world of illusions for 30 years. We thought we could just use the land we got, but just we were lucky to have one of the best lands all over the world with very rich resources. Per one unit of a product, we have to work less, for example, than people who live in some Asian or African countries. We thought this was some virtue given to us forever. If we want to live on this land, we have to protect it, to cultivate it, and we have to formulate the idea which will unite us. And in the modern world, this is not just one idea, this is a pool of ideas we share. This is something which may be called a national idea or a dream about the future. Roman, thank you very much. Returning into the future, just rejecting return into the past. So if we are talking about return, we are talking about return into the future. Well, I thought everything would be pessimistic, but faith, hope, and dream. That really makes us optimistic. Dear friends, we have even less than 15 minutes, 10 minutes actually, to exchange our ideas, questions, and comments. And 10 minutes actually is a lot. So I kindly ask you to formulate your reflections or comments in a very laconic way. Did we manage to at least partially open this topic? The topic related to return, migration, immigration, conditions, consequences, and grounds. And while you are preparing your questions, and by the way, please raise your hands if you have comments or questions, the readiness to come back to Ukraine under any acceptable conditions was demonstrated by the migrants 60-65 plus. So this is what you were talking about. People who wanted to come back for their great past. Good afternoon. My name is Volodymyr Vorobey. I'm a bird that settles in Lviv, and I'm the philopet. I have experience of returning to Ukraine because I came back to Ukraine in 2008. And what helped me reintegrate was the practice of connections, the opportunity to uh, make projects and to work remotely. In 2008, it was something unusual. Now, Zoom is something typical, but at that time, it wasn't like that. My question is, what kind of tools and mechanisms and opportunities you see for this program-related or project-related connection of Ukrainians to the Ukrainian context? I'm talking about development projects, cultural projects, theater projects. So what can it be and what prevents us from applying these practices into our context? So what can we do to better integrate people into Ukrainian context even if they stay abroad? I'll try to give the answer to the question. These tools actually do exist. They have been created. The question is whether we can use them. The project support for Creative Europe program presupposes interaction of institutions, organizations, and people both in Ukraine and abroad. And actually, this is the basis for project support. It should be multi-component with participation of several organizations in several countries. Today it hasn't been mentioned, but the fact that our people have been in some other contexts, have been cooperating with other communities and other organizations is a very positive fact because the possibility to go beyond your bubble, your professional bubble, is something very useful because it opens new worlds, new competences for you. So Maksym was talking about three artists who have been working within theatrical systems of three different countries. They will bring connections here. If they come back to Ukraine and if they remain within our system, they will be able to participate in joint projects, apply for joint grants. So far, there is nothing better in cultural area than grants. But on the other hand, we should learn and continue our cooperation inside the country. And I wouldn't say that we are great at it because the majority of projects that have been submitted for grant support were individual programs. This is not cooperation, but win-win approach is something we have to learn. And the European Union sees this tool as a training tool in order to uh, promote this opportunity for interaction And actually, this win-win situation presupposes benefits for each of the participants. I will actually pick up. My name is Victor Ruban. We also initiated a number of projects, in particular the Foundation for Emergency Support of Performative Artists. So it was the independent initiative to generate funds from foreign donors to support Ukrainian projects. And I would like to actually continue this idea. There was this metaphor of a bike with two pedals. The culture is a dynamic model, dynamic system. And in fact, it's very important for us to maintain, uh, to support the artists who left Ukraine. And Maksym said that it can be one of the models. We can encourage them to cooperate with us. We can co-create with them. And it seems to me it is important mm, to forget the location, but support the identity. And we should provide support to the Ukrainian artists and cultural figures irrespective of the place they are located. I think they will be happy to participate in such cooperation, and it will be actually very positive support for the Ukrainian art and Ukrainian culture abroad, and it will maintain the connection with the Ukrainian artists. I came back to Ukraine in 2013, and still I think that those who are abroad have to integrate into those systems which are culturally different. But as they say, home sweet home, you are supported from all the sides, and irrespective of the full-scale invasion, uh, I had to stay here because I couldn't drop or refuse the projects I have been working on, and lots of people had to do it. And I still see the desire of my colleagues to stay connected, and apart from belief, faith, and hope and dream, we should add the opportunities because lots of people left Ukraine because even before the full-scale invasion, it was quite challenging to work in culture, to work in art. And my vision is that cultural policy and recognition of cultural policy at the level of the state can already become the platform to encourage cultural figures to come back to Ukraine. There are about thousands of them, but the target audience presupposes millions. So what do you think about it?
The fact this culture was not an attractive field of activity is true, and it remains such. The question is, how do we change that? And I don't have the answer to this question because this is how our system works. The existing network is supported by the state by 90%, and only a very small share is allocated to some soft projects which do not have this institutional sustainability. So you have to keep looking for financing, and this is very exhausting. As to, well, establishment of a platform at the national level, which would actually help the um, artists come back, I don't have an answer of how to do that. this is a kind of a dream. We can call it in a different way. We can call it a strategy, a vision, something like that. We have a number of great documents which are not regulatory documents and not legally binding for the state. At the level of the state policy, we need to have the respective document. The law on culture stipulates that the ministry should develop the strategy of culture every 5 years. We don't have any at this moment, and I think that this could be that first stone, the cornerstone, which everything else could be based on, because this would provide clarity for people working in this field. This will provide clarity to people working outside the sphere, because I asked quite often, what does the Ministry of Culture do except some event management for state holidays? What else do you do? So this should be a strategy which have a clear explanation of the tasks, the steps, and the general vision, what we would like to achieve. This should be this cornerstone of that platform you mentioned, and this could actually show people their place here. They could see where they could work within the system, what good they could do for the system, and what good the system could do for them. That was very brief. Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's time for us to wrap up. Well, as far as I understand, you're going to have some kind of lunch. I would like to thank Tamila for joining us and staying with us the whole time. That was very important for us. Thank you, Maksym. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Helena. And to conclude, I just would like to, well, put a fly into our ointment. This is my favorite thing to do, in fact. So, to answer your question about the role of the state, I think that the role of the state in shaping, well, yes, we usually say when we speak about the state, speak about the government and other institutions. All these are very important, because there has to be a somebody who has the power to, well, and the possibility to put down this dream of ours. But I'm somehow convinced that in my country of the future, in my dream country, it is the self-organization and the horizontal interaction uh, will define the future. And I would like to believe in that, because I'm convinced that systems like that are much more sustainable. But we don't know what will happen. We can only participate in these processes, in these change processes. We can speak about it, we can think about it, reflect on it, we can discuss it with our friends, with the experts. So thank you very much for this meeting. I just would like to say one more word. Well, first of all, I would like to invite everyone to Zankovacka Theater, to the new Zankovacka Theater. Together with our creative team, we were, well, looking for a slogan for this season, and we needed a lot of time for that, and we found one, and we were not sure whether it's good or bad, but this season we our slogan is the history of my future. So this is just to conclude. Thank you all very much, and we invite you for lunch.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
Наживо з головних культурних майданчиків світу. Щодня нові інтерв'ю з улюбленими митцями. Класична музика. Аудіокнижки і радіодетективи. Радіоверсії найцікавіших театральних вистав. Поезія в авторському виконанні. Світові прем'єри класики. Радіокультура.
Суспільне мовлення. Ми поруч з вами. На центральних телеканалах у всіх регіонах нашої країни, на середніх хвилях та FM-частотах на радіо, у застосунках у смартфонах, у соцмережах і браузерах. Суспільне мовлення. Ми змінюємося і стаємо сильнішими разом з вами.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are starting the third discussion of today. The topic of the day is migration, and we'll be talking about the internally displaced census. My name is Moderator Berlinska. I'll be moderating this panel discussion, and I would like to introduce our speakers. I will start from Veronika Sklerova, who is our speaker, but also co-manager of today. She's a program director of theater festivals, a couple of them, if I'm not mistaken, and she's also a theater curator and a producer. On my left-hand side is Olha Pożakowska. I'm sorry for confusing your name. She's the director of Lesa's Theater. Uh, I have so many Olhas in my life. So she's the director of Lesa's Theater, and she's also the co-founder of the first modern drama stage, Drama UA, and also Drabuena. And then we have Olha HONCHAR, who is the director of the Memorial Museum of Totalitarian Regimes called the Territory of Terror, and the co-founder of the New Museum NGO, and the person who has inspired many things. She'll tell you more about that. And we also have Olesia MILOVANOVA, the director of the Luhansk Oblast Museum, and she's the curator of the Wounded Culture project. In addition to that, she also participated in the monitoring group of our crisis center, where I coordinate the monitoring group. And in addition to that, I have already mentioned that I'm the member of the New Museum NGO and the head of the Lviv, the UNESCO City of Literature. And also, I work at the Municipal Enterprise Lviv Radio, so I have a lot of hats that I wear in my life. Last year, I was working on a project with IDPs for a long time. It was aimed at soft integration through cultural senses, and I believe that this discussion should be continuous, and it's very important at this moment. But I would like to start it by giving the floor to Olesia MILOVANOVA, because in the context of internally displaced census, the Luhansk Oblast Country Studies Museum has unfortunately most experience in that. It has been twice displaced. So I would like to ask you to tell a bit more about your experience of museum displacement, institution displacement, and sense displacement. Thank you. It's good. You can hear me well. Thank you for inviting me. I was invited to share the experience of Luhansk Oblast Museum. I never use the word evacuation. I always say displacement. So the experience of displacement of our institution. Our story started back in 2014 after the Russian forces and Russian tanks crossed the border with Luhansk Oblast. They occupied all governmental and cultural institutions in Luhansk, including Luhansk Oblast Museum. At that time, the staff divided. Some went to rallies against occupation. Some supported the occupation forces. But the combatants in the green uniform without any insignia came and said, "We have come to liberate you. The museum is ours now." And then director gave them full access to the property of the museum and the collections. And at that time, I was working at Starobilsk Country Studies Museum. We have Starobilsk has never been occupied, but at that time, the question was, what do we do with the institutions under occupation? The theaters were the first to move. The library, then the methodological centers. But then the question was, what do we do with the libraries? We all understand that we can relocate the Philharmonic Society because there are people, there are musical instruments, and the first thing they need to transport is their musical instruments. So they need a place where they can rehearse and a place where they can play. And the same works with the theater. So you have the director, you have the actors, so you provide them with a theater, sew the costumes, and then get quarantine. But what do we do with the museum? We cannot relocate a museum into an empty place because, museums are first of all about the collections and also about the buildings where the exhibitions will take place. So in 2015, a decision was taken to liquidate Starobielsk Country Studies Museum and bring the Luhansk Oblast museum there. And all people who used to work in Starobielsk Museum, they started working at the Luhansk Local History Museum, and all the property, started belonging to the Luhansk Local History Museum. So this is the first time when we lost the building, when we lost the property, when we lost the people, and when we lost all the collections. So what happened to people? Half of the stuff stayed there because of some, reasons, political or family reasons or some other reasons. I wouldn't like to talk about that right now. But majority of them didn't know where to go. Many of them followed their families. Some of them came to Starobielsk, stayed there for some time, and then said, "It's a small place. Well, it's a provincial town with a long history, but." They thought the salaries are too low there, didn't want to stay there, and they went somewhere else. So I was the newly appointed director of the museum, and what did we do? Well, there are two different cases of relocation. So in that case, they just shook my hand and said, "We congratulate you on your appointment. You're now the director of the Luhansk Local History Museum." So that's the first document that was there. So there is no initial document on relocation from the government. It was later that we approved the staffing list and then the provisions on the functioning of the museum and so on and so forth. Because the institutions have to be relocated by the director and the chief accountant. But at that moment, there was no one like that. But we started operating and we started working in a small place. We have very little time. I need to squeeze everything into 10 minutes so that I give everyone the opportunity to speak as well. So we worked in Starobielsk for 8 to 10 years, and we had a new team, a young team. We developed the concept of work of the museum. There was the space for exchange opinions. We held rock concerts. We have modern art there. We combined it with research activity. We had some mobile exhibitions, and in March 2022 we intended to inaugurate the first museum radio in Ukraine. It was supposed to be located in our museum in Stanitsa Luhanska. We conducted the training, we had the equipment. It all should have happened. We had many international and all Ukrainian projects. We were famous. We were accepted everywhere. Everything was all right. And all this time, as director of the museum, I felt that we're close to the front lines, and this is not the end. Something was going to happen, and we were requesting to procure some evacuation materials, but we were also always told that you don't need that, don't buy that, and so on and so forth. The international partners also didn't feel this threat. When we included things like that into the projects, they did not provide financing for that. And I tried to implement some non-standard solutions, and we cooperated with the military, and we saw large boxes for munitions they had, and I asked them to provide us with these empty boxes, so you can use some straw to package the exhibits. So if evacuation is necessary, we will be able to put the exhibits inside and transport them. So I got 50 boxes like that in Starobielsk and 50 in Stanitsa Luhanska. So this is what I saw. We gathered paper for packaging, and in December 2022 we already had these first signs. We had large accumulations of Russian forces next to the borders, and the intelligence agencies of the UK and the US informed that something is gonna was gonna happen. So we also felt that there was a movement of the military and so on and so forth. Nobody was talking about that, but we felt that something was gonna happen and we need to do something. So we didn't have the respective documents, and nobody actually gave us any orders from the top. So I risked it, and I started packing the items. Despite the fact that we kept working, we were in the process, we organized the events, we had various meetings and exhibitions, but we also packed the things. And as the head of the methodological center, I called to all the institutions in Luhansk Oblast, and I told them that, believe me, you should start packing your emergency packages, prepare the basements, prepare candles, prepare torches, ask for packaging materials, boxes, paper, anything you can use.
We didn't understand what could be the procedure, whether we would be evacuated or there would be some bombardments. So we didn't know how the combat actions would develop. But at least we could pack our exhibits and put them in a safe place. And then we could think how we were going to evacuate it. But on the 21st, on the 22nd of February, owing to the efforts of Lviv management, who actually gave call to Luhansk authorities, what are you doing? And then we understood, okay, if Lviv is interested in doing something, it means we had to do something. So we started very active actions. 2 weeks before, I said, give all the documents to people. And then people said, well, it is illegal. But then I said, well, we put some signatures that we could take them. So, and actually 2 days prior the invasion, we started giving the documents, we started doing something, and our management is in Severodonetsk, and we are in Starobilsk, 60 or 70 kilometers away. So it looked like we should have been evacuated by Starobilsk district administration. Just think where the authorities were. We were in the museum, but the authorities were not in their place. So we developed our own procedures, who was doing what, and it helped us a lot. When you are given a call, the war is launched, and for example, I was given a call from Kramatorsk, and she said Kyiv and Kharkiv are under attack, and for half an hour I couldn't understand what was going on, but then it occurred to me, okay, we have the action plan, and action plan worked actually. I'm very grateful to my employees, to my colleagues who came to the museum, who packed everything. We understood we didn't have any vehicles. We put everything into the underground premises and waited for some guidelines. So on the 23rd of February, we actually were in contact with the Museum of Terror, with my friend Olha HONCHAR. And on the 23rd, on the 24th at 1 a.m., we agreed that in case something happens, Luhansky Local History Museum will actually be moved somewhere. So that was the talk between two directories of museums. So in case of war, the museum will go to the city of Lviv. It didn't work as planned. There were no people to help us, but well, we also have the museum crisis center, etc. Could you tell us, as the director of the museum, what is the evacuation protocol? How does it look like? The evacuation protocol is the internal protocol which was developed by me, the way I understand it. So, for example, in case something happens, everybody has to come here. And this is the list of people who is supposed to come. The system of evacuation is launched, who is giving calls to whom. So all the phones were there, the addresses were collected. We gave people their documents, we arranged our exhibits according to their priority. We just we actually wrote everything. It was about who is evacuating what. So everybody was responsible for some packages, for some exhibits. And actually, at that time, all the documents have been transformed into electronic form, and we had just a USB stick with the documents. So these were my internal protocol, the way I saw it. So I just wanted to ask about some official ones. There were no official ones. Okay, then I would like Olha to pick up from here and just give some ideas what were the first steps of the Lviv Museum and how the Museum Crisis Center was launched. So at 1 o'clock a.m. we still were speaking on the phone, and at 4 o'clock the war broke out. I remember 3 meetings at that day. There was one in Lviv City Council, one in Lviv Regional Council, and another one was Zoom meeting initiated by the Ministry of Culture. In Lviv City Council, we discussed whom we are going to welcome, to host. For example, Luhansk Museum came to us, and we discussed the algorithm of actions. In the regional council, we also discussed what can be done, how many square meters we have to host other museums. And at that Zoom meeting with the Ministry of Culture, we were said that every administrator finds a partner and develops his or her own evacuation ideas. And Olesia actually asked the minister a question. So we are Luhansk Local History Museum. So we have packed everything. We have our partners here in Lviv, but there are no partners to evacuate us. What should we do? And the answer was, we do not have any right to announce the evacuation corridors, and that was the entire communication we had. And we understood that we have our own challenges, our own problems, and there was the statement that the administration of Luhansk region does not answer the phone calls, and it means that Lesia actually appeared in the occupied territory for 2 months. And during these first days, lots of people came to Lviv, lots of people left Ukraine. So we were trying to help in any way we could. And it was a bit frightening because I saw how many people were leaving Ukraine. But at the same time, I understood that still lots of people stay in Ukraine, and there were lots of letters about different residences and scholarships with a request to leave Ukraine. I made a decision that I would stay here, but regarding the opportunities to help those who stayed in Starobilsk, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and Kherson, where there were combat actions, somehow they didn't have these opportunities. And on the 3rd of March, I wrote a post in Facebook how we are going to assist people who stayed in Ukraine and what we could do. I immediately got some responses from some of our partner projects, from Pinchuk Art Center and some other centers, saying that we do not have any time to wait, so let's do something immediately. So I gave a call to Olesia, who already was in the occupied territory, so we could communicate only through the internet, social media. And I asked how we could help you and the other museum in Luhansk. So the initiative of Luhansk Museum Crisis Center was launched. The idea is to assist the museums which stayed in Ukraine. So we still are in contact with the occupied museums from the occupied territories and with the museums that were in the so-called military hotspots in Kherson, Chernihiv, and Sumy region. So these were very tragic months for us when our colleagues were under occupation. I remember that Bucha moment, and I gave a call to Olesia and said, well, you have to leave. And then the Ukrainian military came and evacuated them. Nobody else could do it. Olesia said that there is slightly different picture with theaters. So could you please, Veronika, share your story? What are the stories you can share? What happened? How it happened? And whether it was a bit easier just to evacuate together with all the actors. Definitely it is not that easy. I'm from Kharkiv. I remember it was the 5th or the 6th day of war when we just had a phone call between the members of our organizations. And here is Svetlana, who is my financial director, and who said that there are lots of private collections and they need our support. So the first thing we did was not evacuation of the theater. This is a slightly different dimension. At that moment, there were some chaotic but still successful actions on evacuating archives. So we evacuated the museum of Kharkiv Photography School and also the archive from Saltovka district. Some of the works were evacuated on the very day when these districts were hit by rockets. In Lviv, the architecture organizations actually accepted some of these exhibits, and we managed to evacuate some collections, some sculptures. The majority of exhibits actually went abroad, and if the artists were of elderly age, they were not ready to leave their works, their collections, and we actually managed to evacuate the collections. It was difficult because we didn't have any packaging materials, any boxes. We cooperated with the volunteers and the military officers. We didn't evacuate the theater because the theater is more about people, about decision making. Performative and other types of arts means that you should have some emotional stability. You should have something to rely on emotionally. And that means that in order to continue doing something, people should be ready to evacuate. And still, the majority of people wanted to stay in Kharkiv, and we are very grateful to them for this. The theatrical project we did actually was launched at that phone call. Our festival activity was based on our cooperation in dialogue with our international partners, and I actually was given calls from our foreign partners to send them Ukrainian plays in the English translation, and we didn't have them. I do not want to look back, but now I still feel guilty for not thinking about it before the full-scale invasion. But for a couple of weeks, we managed to collect Anthology 24 And for a week, we had more than 134 texts, and we had one stage director. We selected 23 texts. We translated them into the Polish and into the Czech language, and therefore they were staged abroad. Kharkiv has always been a capital of independent theatrical movement. It has always had the largest number of independent theatrical companies. Now the majority of them do not exist. There are about 5 which are still operating. One is the Nafta Theatre. They even came back to Kharkiv. And relocation of big theatres can be discussed on the example of Kherson theatre, but I think that's the only example. We have very good Kharkiv Puppet Theatre, and they went to the former bank premises, and they had very big underground premises, and they managed to put their puppets there, and it looked very creepy because there were puppets, there were people living in the same underground premises with the animals. But in April, they already put performances and plays for children. They just developed some mobile performances in order to reach people in the region, in Kupiansk and Izum. But I cannot tell you any examples about successful relocation of theaters. Luhansk Regional Academic Musical and Drama Theatre. Our theatre has been working in Severodonetsk, and now we are based in Sumy theatre. And Donetsk, from the theatre from Mariupol, now is located in Transcarpathian theatre. How many people relocated and continue working in the relocated theatre? Well, the figure is unknown to me, but at least we have 2 relocated theatres apart from Kherson one. Talking about my own experience, it is not that extensive as that of my colleagues. On the eve of full-scale invasion, we gathered as a team and we understood that our theater will be the place where people will come to if there is an invasion. And actually it happened so that we hosted internally displaced people. The first thing we did, we employed 2 IDP artists who joined our team as volunteers. We just wanted them to have some income, and it was really minimum income because these were the positions that were paid on a minimum basis. And actually, we were the last theater in Lviv that started operating. So we started thinking how we could assist those people who fled from those eastern regions and now live in Lviv. So we announced the open call for IDP actors, and during this call we get 7 applications, and as a result Artem Vusek, a Kharkiv stage director, put a performance, How I Got Acquainted with the War and Killed Putin.
And we also started cooperating with the Theater of Arta itself, and it's a very interesting case because this is a theater which was created by internally displaced artists from Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Kyiv, and they were joined by the creators from Lviv. They started performing in Lviv, and on the International Theater Day, they opened their theater. In October, this theater started functioning within the walls of the Olesia Ukrainka theater, and was functioning as a separate theater. We did not interfere into their work, but if they needed some more large-scale performances to be performed, so they used the larger or smaller stage we could offer. We understood that what we could offer was very little, small budget, and since spring we decided that we will be applying to grants for performances with IDP um, actors, and we got the approval at the end of uh, a grant agreement, and we realized that there are no other IDP artists in Ukraine except the Varta theater, so we refocused our attention and decided that it could be an opportunity for safe return to creativity for those artists who work in other places in other cities of Ukraine where they are where it is not that safe, or it could also help bring some of the artists back. One of them came from well, there are two artists who worked on that. One of them came from Kyiv, the other from returned from Germany. And well, the grant was used to provide people with the remuneration for their efforts and with accommodation and so on. And that's how Horathia performance appeared. So that's basically it. That's all the support Less Ukrainka Theater could provide. Veronika is nodding because we provide that the working space for Veronika Sklerova as the head of the Podfest NGO, and together with her we worked on two projects in 2022. The first project is the Anthology 24, which she mentioned that was a mini festival or performative reading of these texts, and the second project is a joint performance lesson history. It will be performed today at 6 p.m. by the way. And I didn't want to mention about that because this is more about reinforcement of the cooperation we used to have before the full-scale invasion. Veronika wants to say it's not. Well, I can give her the mic. Well, it's not like I don't agree, but I would like to add something. This is what the previous panel was about. Why people of culture, why artists would want to come back. So we went abroad in the first week of March, and it was a very traumatic experience for me, despite the fact that it was the experience of safety for me and my children, but it also was the experience when I could not realize my potential. I wanted to do something. I wanted to be useful. And in summer, I was supervising the first Ukrainian booth at the festival, but it meant that someone should show you how you should well, talk about Ukraine because, well, someone is financing that. And there were many other international collaborations, and not all of them let me feel an agent in my profession. But when I was going back, I didn't feel safe to go back to Kharkiv, and I returned to Lviv, and Lessa Theater actually helped me find the senses, and I can work as a professional here. And I think that this is really the continuation of our cooperation because we have a long-standing friendship and cooperation, but it still is a part of my positive experience as an IDP, and that's why this panel is called Migration, because for me it's also about coming back home. It's about my personal story as well. This actually gradually brings us to the second block we should be discussing today, but before that I would like to ask Olha, if you can, and if you feel fine, could you tell us more about the focus of the Museum Crisis Center and what are uh, well, the main things you've been working on? Well, if we talk about the period from the 3rd of March 2022, our geography has been changing. depending on the front lines, on the occupation of certain territories. So if Kherson, when Kherson was deoccupied, we directed more help there. If when Chernihiv was deoccupied, we mm, aimed our efforts there. So the first year was focused. Well, I can't even believe it's been 18 months, but the first year was focusing on providing individual financial support to our colleagues who are staying in Ukraine, because it happened quite frequently that they couldn't get their salaries because of the armed hostilities, because the administration was relocated, because the occupation some just come and the effective management of these territories was not restored yet. So this was money which people could spend on their own needs in the places where where the time. So this was food, medications, and so on. But this was also for packaging, for doors, well, batteries, walkie-talkies, well, many other things that people needed to keep protecting their museums. And starting from the first days, we also communicated well and established the links between the foundations and small organizations in Ukraine. We helped them establish connections. We have good connection with the Shevchenkivsky High Skansen Museum, and they offered a lot of humanitarian assistance to 20 museums. And well, uh, for example, another example is we cooperated with ISAR in Zhokva, where we packed boxes for our colleagues in hardly reachable areas, because humanitarian aid is not reaching all places. So we were packing food and medications and so on. In the first days of war, we were also sending medications, and we also cooperating with the Dnipro Museum when armed hostilities were taking place in Kharkiv itself, and they couldn't get the humanitarian assistance. Our colleague Yulia Pishchanska packed a whole truck and sent it to Kharkiv Historical Museum, and they shared it with their network. That was also food and some immediate necessities. So we were connected all the time, and we helped with whatever we could, depending on the needs that arose there. Talking about what is happening right now, I should say that we have already allocated more than 5 million hryvnias of humanitarian assistance. We cannot calculate all that, but in the beginning of war, it was easier to get money for some immediate necessities. Now it's almost unrealistic, because almost all international partners want us to work on projects to provide. To fund, for example, some research activity, or to work with the things that bring immediate results, because the money to sustain your living is something you cannot measure afterwards, and therefore we have a problem of whether we should be fighting for getting this uh, money to help people, because humanitarian aid is not enough for some regions, or whether we should start redirecting our efforts in different areas, and well, fund the research activity and so on. But we've also had various educational projects, because there is a big demand for new knowledge on how to prepare projects, how to establish charity foundations and NGOs, because in conditions of the war, our museums cannot work well enough, or well, we don't know how to document the projects. We have done a lot, and we are thinking on the next steps, and we are not planning on wrapping our activity up, but the war appeared to be much longer and much scarier than it seemed to be in the beginning, and we have to adapt very quickly and to change our plans very quickly. I would like to mention a very important thing. When Luhansk Oblast Museum relocated here, thanks to Ukrainian military, we decided that we should help them as much as possible become an independent and strong institution. So we help them restore the statutory documents, we help them restore their seal, and we did a lot of hard work to recover their financing to for the staff to get the salary for this period when they were in occupation. So this is a lot of invisible administrative work, but without it, our colleagues wouldn't have got the opportunity to work independently, to work on their projects, because one thing is to relocate and work in one office, and the other thing is to be a legal entity with rights protected and keep developing your projects. So this was our position since the beginning. And as a Territory of Terror museum, we actually were sharing all our contacts in Lviv and outside, and now they are working on Ukrainian international projects independently of us. But of course, we have also some joint projects taking place on the territory, on the basis and on the premises of the Territory of Terror Museum. Thank you. We are approaching the second part of our discussion, and despite the fact that the war appeared to be longer than most of us expected, we still have to think about well, the return in many senses of the word. And I would like to start with Olesia, if she doesn't mind, and to speak about the strategy for going back, for returning, and are you thinking about it at all? Well, yes. The Administration of Culture and our authorities, they are working on the strategy for cultural recovery, what to do after the occupation of our territory. And I believe that we should start not from, repairing something or something like that, but from analysis. Well, we have a lot of information. We know Luhansk Oblast has been occupied completely for more than a year, but we know a lot from different sources, like what institutions are still there, what has been destroyed, how much destroyed it is, and we have to calculate how many people have left, how many people are staying, how many of them are coming back, so that we understand what to do next, how we're going to do that, how we're going to work, what museums will be joined together. Because, for example, we have a museum in Popasna which was destroyed. Popasna is non-existent, just like Mariupol. Everyone died there, and the buildings have been destroyed completely. But there was a museum there, and as far as we know, it wasn't looted. They just lived in the building of the museum, so they ate and drank there and, well, littered there. So what do we do with that? Of course, we have our own vision, but I should say that this will happen just as it happened with evacuation, which turned into displacement. So my vision is that we are not going back to Starobirsk. This is something that we have forgotten about. So yes, there definitely should be a museum in Starobirsk. Unfortunately, most of the museums are occupied and have been looting, but that museum turned into a museum of propaganda. So this museum should be the Starobirsk Museum about the history of Starobirsk. And we have to go back, which was promised to us, and we believe in armed forces of Ukraine. We should go back to the borders of the 1991. So everything we plan to do is going back to Luhansk Oblast. We have a two-story building there. We have the exhibits there. We will see all those horrific things they have been doing in the last years. We'll be researching then we'll be figuring out what they have been doing in that museum. There are a lot of collaborators in Luhansk Oblast just since 2014, because a part of the oblast was occupied since 2014, and they will not be working anymore. So, this is the time when we need to involve professionals. Could you remind me what projects were for students? Save Ukraine, or what was the project? It was Save Ukrainian Heritage. Well, I'm not going to pronounce that, but together with Olha, we participated in a great project at the end of August. That was a project with young people, with students of culture and museums, and I was enjoying this so much. These young people, they are so great, they are so inspiring and inspired, and I well, was supposed to have a short speech, but we talked for 2.5 hours. They asked so many questions. And then I asked them, when are you graduating finally? Well, after you graduate, come to Luhansk Oblast. You can't even imagine how beautiful this land is. You don't know why, well, do you think they occupied it for nothing? They occupied it because it's beautiful, because we have rich cultural heritage, we have great museums, and we will need people to work there. We need professionals from all over Ukraine. We need to dilute that local society by people who will come from other parts of the country. And there's where to work, there's what to work with. So these are our plans. This is my vision, my personal vision. It's not on paper yet. We are working on some proposals. We are engaging people. We are recording the state of the museums at the moment. We are thinking of what well, reformatting options we might have. Well, as much as we can work with that at the moment. Thank you. It was very inspirational. But I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we are talking about new staff for the museums, people who would go to the occupied territories and work there. And I would like to ask Ola, I know that you will be optimistic and inspirational, but I would like Ola to say a couple of words about what she thinks is necessary to bring professionals back into museums. Well, first of all, we need the guarantees of security to be able to work. It's important. Of course, we're used to working in complete danger, but when we talk about the occupied territories, well, I'm scared today, but when I think about the occupied territories, I'm scared even more. We don't know what happened at those territories after 2014. We don't know how many mines there are, and how damaged the territory will be after the occupation. So we need to go and there see what's happening there. We need to cooperate with the military there. It's also a matter of financial interest of those who will be ready to go to a ruined place and will be ready to rebuild all those things. Well, when the full-scale war broke out, there appeared some possibilities for people to go abroad, and some of them have found better places in terms of financing than they had here. So we need to provide some motivation to people if they are going to a dangerous territory for to work as professionals. These things have to be, well, remunerated somehow. Of course, Olesia will tell us that what doesn't kill us makes another line on our CV, but we have to think about it, and it has to be the work which you do, and there has to be some financial provision. Um, well, and it's not like, what if we give you money to die and everyone is dead in your museum tomorrow? So the money will be wasted. So that's a shame. And then our partners, they like to talk about the risks, about the strategies, even when they are bringing some humanitarian aid. And they will say, what if everyone is killed tomorrow and we have paid them 3,000 hryvnias? So that will be a shame. So I think that the guarantee should be not just for a month or two or three, but for a couple of years. So, for example, when the army says you can go to Luhansk Oblast and start rebuilding, so we need to have contracts and guarantees not for some 2-3 weeks, but for years, where we can see that we have the capital that is planned to be spent on these territories for many years ahead, so that we can start working there. Because this year has shown that when you have no money, it's very difficult to do something. And when we speak about large-scale damages we don't even know about, we're not sure what the situation is. So we need to take this into account. And the general policy of Ukraine should be that, well, we don't it's not only about Kyiv. Decentralization should work not only on paper, but the if the regions will be strong, the country will be strong. So this is a kind of a slogan for election campaign. I guess someone was already using that. But well, in this war, each region got isolated. They were on the telethon. They were talking about the fortress cities and so on and so forth, defending themselves on their own. But it should work in a different way. But museums and other cultural institutions, they should uh, have their own position because we have to live through all of these things. But and the culture will help us. And when we speak about the restoration of our soils, about helping our military recover, we cannot do that without culture.
Because what we are fighting for, it's not for the land that will be destroyed with bombs and chemical weapons. Therefore, this is the way I feel, this is the way I project it in my imagination, but I think this is what is important. And what we should do is to gain new knowledge. Some knowledge on survival, on management, is gained in the process. We are Ukrainians, we do not think, we just do. So this is the apocalypse, let's think what we can do to survive. But it's necessary to travel, to establish new contacts, to network, develop new ideas, and then do it in Luhansk, in Donetsk, and Kherson regions. This is something we can do here and now because we don't know how long the story will take. And we have to support our friends. The war has shown that when official protocols do not work, friendship and personal connection comes into play. After the 24th of February, you understand that people do not pick up the phone. People do not want to take on responsibility. The only thing uh, that is left is to take on this responsibility yourself and share it with your partners. Well, we come back to this issue. It's really nice that we have very good civil society in the cultural area. But, for example, if we are talking about return of people who are in culture, of artists, of actors, and many others. Probably it's easier to talk about the topic raised at the previous discussion, the topic that was mentioned by Maksym HOLENKO, for whom the primary goal is to bring actors back, for them to work in Maria Zenkovetsky National Theatre, and I think he would be successful in it because, for example, if I imagine the situation that the theater is given additional positions for people to work, I do not think the people will agree to this proposal because the salary in the National Theatre is less than the social benefits they are paid abroad. I do not think that under such conditions lots of people will stay in Lviv and will be able to work in the state sector. So this is a bit sad. To do some projects, to understand that lots of people went abroad because they were not feeling safe here is important. And well, I do not know whether we'll be able to bring these people back or not. So far, I don't know. Probably somebody will provide a more optimistic view. I am not sure I'll be that optimistic. While we were preparing for this discussion, the idea was to be optimistic, but our public organization, before the full-scale invasion, was involved in organizing the festival right to the city, right to life in the city, right to changes, to introduce changes in the city. So how you can better protect your life to the city than having some weapons in your hand? This is the probably extreme situation of protection. And definitely I hoped that the forum of this festival, Right to the City, won't be topical in Kharkiv. I, I see that actually the theaters are closed by the local authorities, and it's awful. And I think that this festival and many others of similar kind would be really very topical. But this panel, Internally Displaced Senses, was actually about mutual enrichment, about creating common senses between different museums, about creating a new voice, about rethinking and recreating some new values together. For example, it's easier to work with some institutions. It was very easy for me to cooperate with the State Theatre. We have very good connections with them. It's not a panacea, but at least it gives some hope. The cooperation between grassroots organizations to ensure this mutual enrichment to create something new. What I would probably add here, after the situations of return, and for me this return was just a conscientious step, a conscious step, and Roman was right saying that after the 24th of February everybody understood that Ukraine is the best country and probably the most united country. We have some contacts with Oktoberfest festival, and there was a man who told me Kharkiv is Ukraine, and I was a bit surprised to hear it from him, and he said, what's wrong? And I told him, well, it's a priori, Kharkiv is Ukraine, it's understandable. And after our experience of relocation and evacuation, and after what we have been doing, after the contacts we have established, after the projects with the Association of Actors, that was just a sort of a test for us, and lots of institutions have showed themselves from the best side, and I think that this is the only way for us when the ministry does not give us any instructions and does not help us in finding the proper way, we can do it ourselves. I don't know whether it sounds optimistic. Yes, it sounds optimistic. But now I would like to come back to the issue of policy. Yesterday there was a very nice 3-hour discussion. It was it was a bit cathartic for me. We have been talking about different policies and what we could do differently, what are the new things we can introduce. So I would like to hear from you about the following. The war is ongoing. We don't know how it develops. Definitely not all the museums are safe. Are there the evacuation protocol in place now? Do we have the answer to this question? The answer which we didn't have at the beginning of the war. The question is to Olesia and Olha first. This is the favorite question of mine. Are there any evacuation protocols? If I'm not mistaken, and I hope I'm not, we have the evacuation protocol that dates back to 1978. So we have had 30 years of Ukrainian independence and 1 year and a half of a full-scale war. We still didn't produce any. And before we start writing strategy for cultural development, I think first of all we have to save the culture and to evacuate it. It seems logical to me, and it would be nice to see some emergency guidelines updated that would take into account the positive experience, the negative experience, that would probably account for the cases when people died in their working places trying to save our cultural heritage. And later we may come up with some strategic plans. I'm really sorry, but I will continue the topic. It seems to me a couple of days ago we discussed the proposal on the red zones, the so-called. If I am asked whether I have some opinion about it, I'm not a lawyer. I think that there should be some amendments done. For example, if a museum or any cultural institution is located in the red zone, the red zones can be changed with the course of war, with occupation or deoccupation. For example, in our case, a museum is located in a dangerous zone with constant shooting when people cannot stay in their working places. We have, for example, Kupiansk Museum. So what are we doing? For example, we evacuate the way it is in any available package materials. If we do not do it, the museum will be hit by a rocket, or it will be just stolen, or it will be taken away by the occupiers. So, we announce some area a red zone, and in this red zone we introduce the simplified evacuation procedure. So if the volunteers are allowed to bring some packaging, well, we should avoid the situation when the volunteers evacuate museums, package it, and then later they are brought to liability for this. So this is my proposal. Probably legally it should be worded in a different way, but at least this is something specific. Olha, what about you? Well, I'm not a theoretical person. I'm a practical person and I'm a tactical person. I have very good intuition. I feel what should be done and when it should be done. So my feeling is that we have a huge discrepancy between people who write the strategies and those who implement the strategies. So I'm the one who works in the field. And I think that under condition of the martial law and the ongoing war, we should develop some legislative protocols that would enable us to do something quickly with minimum bureaucracy. We also have a story how the museum, the territory of terror, was buying an electricity generator. During the first days of war, we couldn't buy a power generator in a legal way because under the martial law we cannot use the funds we have. So we cannot have the right to use the money we have for anything but salaries and utility payments. So we are restricted by different bylaws. And yesterday we discussed that we have new forms of economic management of our institutions. For example, our museum has some partners, a charitable foundation, a public organization, And for example, if there is some financial assistance, we cannot do as a museum anything to save our museum. And actually, the question is that it is 1 year and a half, and the war started not in 2022, but much earlier. But you still have to come up with the new economic ways to manage your institution. So we know that's the problem that could have already been addressed. I would probably uh, use the tactic procedures that have already proved efficient. We give lots of interviews to foreign and local researchers, but we do not have time to analyze our actions and turn them into some methodological guidelines. But I'm always ready to share what I'm doing for somebody to analyze it and turn it into practical recommendations, which will be useful for everybody. Because my experience actually was gained in the so-called hotspots. So we could take something that happened since 2014, something that we did during this 1 year and a half, write some algorithm and legalize it. Recently, we had a document from the Ministry of Culture, which was 15 or 18 pages long, how we should work under conditions of war. There were recommendations, what we should do and how we should do it, and it looks like that the best variant is that I am the director of the museum. I introduce the anti-missile system in front of the museum. I have to learn how to operate it. And the moment there is some missile attack, I have to operate this anti-missile system, just hit the rocket, and as a result, everything's great. The collection is safe, people are safe, the museum is safe. So this is the way it looks like from these guidelines. For example, in case the rocket strikes the museum, I will have huge responsibility. So that was the choice for Olesia, whether to get evacuated or to protect the museum in any way she can, using her own efforts and strength. So actually, people in the ministry are isolated from those who stay in the field, so to say. And the question is how to bridge this discrepancy. So, but well, somehow we should do something. We should have this dialogue between theoreticians and practitioners. And I see that there is some theory, there is some practical thing, there are some practical things, there are some discrepancies between them, and it looks like we every time go on a new circle and on a new circle, and we do not ask the practical advices of people who have already done something. And another point, the protocols that are available do not work under the conditions of the Russian-Ukrainian war. This is something we declare every time at every conference, because there are cases when foreign partners came to Ukraine. It was last summer, and there was the full-scale ongoing war, and these foreign partners told us that it should be the army that should evacuate us into a safe place. And they said, we do not understand why you need your own car. This is the army that should evacuate us. And we explained to them that we try to get some money to insure this car. Your protocol cannot be applied to Ukraine because every day people die here and museum employees die and the cars are ruined. And whatever was adopted after the Second World War doesn't work here. And there is another gap. When we came to the second International Icon Conference last year, we were under impression that we actually spoil their life by talking about the war in Ukraine. And this is something that we should do now. We have to spoil their life. We have to explain that they probably would be the next ones. And this is something we have to talk about not only inside Ukraine but outside Ukraine.
Well, I will still ask, despite the fact that it's very difficult to ask something after this speech. Well, Veronica, you're welcome. Well, in fact, this is a different story, really, when it comes to the theaters, but it seems to me that from the experience that I have witnessed, like this, when the theaters, Lesa Theater or Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast Theater, when they, undertook this role of the centers of humanitarian assistance themselves. People accumulated humanitarian aid there, and the actors from the Lesa Theater visit the veterans at the hospital every Monday. This is not a governmental program, but it could have been, because this is a value orientation, and theaters have to create these. This is the obligation of the theater as a cultural institution to be a model in this context. And it seems to me that the protocols for museums, they don't really exist. I actually wanted to start from something else. So I'm a theatrical critic, by education, so I'm a theoretician, and what I started doing on the fourth and fifth day, I started calling to everyone in Kharkiv theater and asking what will happen to the Brazil archives, because this is Les Kurbas's theater, and they had a lot of materials on the second floor of a wooden building, and this is what the relocation project started from, because we were trying to evacuate all those archives. Well, we didn't manage to do that. Well, we managed to do a lot, but not this, and the director didn't pick up the phone, and so on and so forth. And I think that it was almost a year after the full-scale invasion we managed to get hold of these archives, and it was a huge pain for me that theater was destroyed in Mariupol, that the archive of the Donetsk theater was destroyed. These are huge losses. It seems like we live in the times of internet information technologies right now. We could Google anything, but this is the information we have lost forever. You cannot find it. And this is the information about the cultural landscape in Donetsk. I was trying to ask people who used to work there, who were the members of the independent theatrical movement, and these are just some small things, but there is no strategic information, and I would like us to pay attention to theatrical archives as well, because they are so important. But on the whole, it seems to me that these protocols could exist, and it would be very important to work on them together, and maybe not even together with the ministry, but together with the cultural sector, with the theatrical sector. And I think we could have a very fruitful discussion and be better prepared next time. I should also add that we should involve the ministry as well, because if we want our cultural institution facilities to be institutions and not just some buildings and facilities, we need to extend their possibilities. Bogdana asked what difficulties we faced, and the fact that the Ukrainka theater opened the doors to Varta theater. This was basically illegal. So if we have an inspection, then they will fine me for a certain amount, which this other theater should have paid us for renting our premises. So I think we need to have to provide broader possibilities to those institutions which are at least trying to be the institutions. I think that now is the right time for questions. Well, the only thing I would like to add, please be specific in your questions. Lyudmila Pulayeva. I'm a librarian, journalist, and a writer. I work at Lviv Ivanishuk Library, which has been a volunteer center since the 24th of February 2022. And I've been listening to very interesting speakers for the second day in a row, and you've been talking about, well, very many important things. And the question I'm going to ask most probably doesn't have an answer here in this audience, but we all understand that we've been at war for almost 10 years, and it all was based on volunteers. So, how do we, despite the fact that we have the representatives of various events at well at various events, the representatives of the government are there. Like yesterday, we had the newly appointed Minister of Culture, but without the permission to hold something, we cannot do anything, even at the local level. So, what it would do with all this information we discuss today and tomorrow, how can we use this information to make sure that it's not just empty talk, but that it turns into some steps? I have recently met an acquaintance of mine who has been fighting since 2014, and he said that if these were not the Ukrainian traders, we could have won long ago. Is anyone ready to answer the question? Well, I will give a different answer. Yesterday, we were supporting Yulia Fadyev, who might be the new Minister of Culture. And if we have people like that in the ministry and we support them, we will have chances to bring about changes. And there was another question. I would like to ask about the fate of the museum radio. Well, the first museum radio in Ukraine, we developed this program. Well, let me tell you how it all started. I really want to talk about that. Uh, There was USAID in Stanislahanska. They provided funds for development of kindergartens and so on. So there was my museum there. I was the director there, and one day I come there to the museum and I see a lot of equipment there, and I'm asking what's that, and they say, this is the equipment for internet radio, which was presented to us by USAID. We can actually do some recordings, and if the children could play. And I said, well, this is not for playing. This will be the museum radio. And then when we agreed with the International University in Rivne, where they teach, TV and radio broadcasting and things like that. So they asked, do you want a purely museum radio? So what are the prospects? So do you want people in Stanislahanska to listen to the news? And I said no. And they say, oh, so, you're very ambitious. Well, so you might want the whole region. And I said no, we are aiming at the whole Ukraine. So we want to discuss different problems, the legislative aspects, what is happening, what are the events, what are the novelties, and we had a whole plan. We had personal contacts. I called to all my colleagues, asked, what would you like to talk about? What would you like to talk about? We had a program for almost a year, well, of different programs, but, I'd like to add that a day ago, we decided that we would like to uh, well, launch a project of podcasts for Territory of Terror. So we will continue this radio project, but in the format of podcasts, and I think it will happen. So we started seriously discussing this a couple of days ago, but the idea is still here in the air, and I'm sure we will make it happen, but in a different place and with different people. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all our speakers and everyone who joined our discussion today. And now we ask everyone to leave the room to air it before the next discussion. And I should mention that during the next panel, we will have an English-speaking speaker. So please take the headsets to be able to hear the interpretation if you need it. сказати, щоб ми перевірили. So this is the last discussion panel for today. And I would like to explain our metaphor once again, to explain why migration. Because migration is about coming back home, about hope, but also why birds? Why did we want to draw the parallel with birds? Because migration is, not just human process, birth, death and migration, these are human processes, but when you think about the war and what it is, the war actually brings people closer to the ground, and many artists write that their experience of being in the army is very much connected with the space, with the smell of earth, with burials, with land, and the metaphor of birds is about a different dimension, a third dimension that could provide us with hope, that could give us dreams, and will write about it. Well, the ways to come back, maybe not the direct ones, but the heavenly ones, due to which we could be together and stay in one shared space. So it seems like we have everyone here already. So I would like to introduce our moderator, Ali Maliev, the Deputy Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, the member of the board of Ukrainian IPN, and also the Krymsky Injir project member. And I hope that the audience will have time to ask questions. So we will have a discussion for an hour and then 30 minutes Q&A session, because it's very important to have the space to share experience, to share senses, to exchange them. Thank you for staying with us during this day, and thank you for staying with us for this panel. Thank you very much. Hello, dear colleagues and friends. I'm very happy to see you all in this beautiful room, to see such great people here. And I would like to introduce our speakers today. So there's Apollina Rychlikova next to me, a Czech director of documentaries, an activist and a journalist, and she's worked a lot with uh, public media in Czechia. Then we have Java Jakubowska, project manager from Vicha Berlin, the supervisor at the Pilates Institute in Berlin. Then we have Andrei Yatsev, deputy director of the International Institute for Education, Culture, and Connections with the Diaspora at the Lviv Polytechnic National University. And we have Olha online, who is representing the mayor of Wrocław in dealing with the Ukrainian matters there. So we will be talking about the experiences of Ukrainians abroad and how new residents of the European countries get integrated or not integrated into the new societies, and how we can turn our compatriots into powerful voices, help them conduct powerful advocacy, and so on. When we talk about perception of Ukraine and Ukrainians, the things I noticed in my work at the Ukrainian Institute is that in the last year and a half, Ukrainians are perceived as victims much less. So there's much less of this victim discourse, despite the full-scale war and despite the genocide acts and crimes against humanity which are committed by Russia on our land every day. We are more and more perceived as a society which knows, can, wants, and does fight back as a courageous society. And more frequently, the Ukrainian Institute is answering the question why we are like that. But before we start talking about this professional dimension, I would like to ask each of you a personal question. How has your personal perception changed in the last 18 months? Your rituals, the changes in your behavior, new practices. Because, well, for me, this understanding that this is not a sprint but a marathon it dawned on me in March and then of 2014, and then about 9 months ago. So who's ready to answer? So, men first. Thank you, Alim. Well, first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to this panel discussion and for focusing on the things which are really important. Speaking of the reflections on war, and from my personal perspective, I cannot say that something radical changed radically in my perception, and the main change was probably the understanding of the horizon of this war, of where and when it will end. In the beginning, we thought it would be quick, and in the first months, we didn't speak about victory. We spoke about, well, withstanding. But this horizon has changed, and we are now setting different goals for ourselves. And speaking of changes and practices, the focus has shifted in what we all do, and I can speak on behalf of the institution I represent. The majority of our projects focus on specific assistance. So we meet new partners, and during this war, we have encountered many more partners. We build relations with them, and we base them on the values and a common vision of those goals. And the key goal we all have is Ukraine's victory and assistance to Ukrainians wherever they are. And this is how relations are built. You set common goals, you have specific tasks, you have specific results. The horizons of planning have changed as well. It's difficult to say what will happen next year. We have to achieve results here and now. However, we also have to think about what will happen after the victory, and a lot has been talked about that today. So, a reflection from my personal and professional experience says that, well, the organization I represent works with Ukrainians worldwide, but at the same time, we work with people in Ukraine, with students mainly, and we tell them about Ukrainians abroad, about Ukrainian diaspora. This is one of the strategies of our activity, opening Ukrainian diaspora to Ukrainians. And quite often when we speak about Ukrainians abroad, we use the term global Ukrainians. And I can more or less understand how many Ukrainians are in other countries, but this term is still very abstract for many people in our target audiences.
And for this time, during the war, it stopped being abstract because we have seen large-scale actions of Ukrainians all over the world. we can take a map and see where Ukrainians are active regarding expressing their positions. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to the curators of this program. I'm Elvira, and I'm included into this session on migration. This is a new sense for me, and this is the answer to the question about my personal perception. I think that in 2014, when everything started, well, actually, Snyder wrote that the war started in February 24, 2014. And for the first time, I have changed my perception about the war when I visited Avdiivka and Starobilsk in 2017, when you see that there is real danger to build this fourth wall. So that was the danger, the fear we were trying to fight in February 2022, when the full-scale invasion started. And there was the fear that this fourth wall would be constructed not only for us, but also for Germans. I remember that on the 24th of February, we were standing in front of the chancellery's building, and there were no statements at all on the part of the officials. There were lots of people, and you understand that there is danger that people wouldn't respond to the events the way it was in 2014. And you forget that you are a cultural manager. You start thinking about the things you are not used to, and you start thinking what kind of experience you have and where you can contribute. So this is my personal experience, what I can do with this or that background. So when in January this year the Chancellor blocked supply of the tanks Leopard, later he approved of it, and they declare the next military package. By the way, this is the military package announced after January 2023, was not a new one, and this is a mistake on the part of many media saying that this is a new supply. No, it was not. It was something that included the iris systems as well as many others. So this is probably a new stage when the Chancellor is the only one who is blocking the supply of Taurus. Good afternoon. Dear listeners, please take the headphones because our colleague Apolana will speak in the Czech language. The first thing which I wanted to say is that I'm really grateful for invitation to this Congress. It's really incredible. I see that people still take the headphones. So while our participants take their headphones, I would like to express our gratitude in advance to our interpreter, who is a great historian and expert in the Czech language, Radomir Modric. So it's his voice that you will be listening to. The first thing I would like to say is that I honor very much the invitation to this Congress, and I'm really surprised how much the Ukrainian people can do under such difficult circumstances. I would like to thank you fighting, for fighting against the genocide regime that is trying to destroy you. You are fighting for the values and ideals that are compatible with the European values of freedom and humanism and liberties. Glory to Ukraine. I know that this war has been going on since 2014, but the moment when Volodymyr Putin tried to destroy Ukraine with this full-scale invasion onto the rest of the territory of the country, I understood two things. First of all, the presence of our people, people who live quite far from Russia, but now we understand that it's a privilege. And also there are some other privileges, and this is the privilege of peace. So I had to actually reconsider the way I think, what is understandable, what is self-evident, what is European peace, because it is this understanding that we used in 2014. And just because I have these privileges, I would like to apologize to you for the fact that the Western world in 2014 did not respond in the way it was supposed to respond and did not consider this situation to be serious. And probably that was the reason for Vladimir Putin to advance further in your country. I'm the independent journalist, and I remember very well the very first week of war, the last week of February 2022. At that time, I wanted actually to go to Ukraine. I wanted to be part of different activities and events because hundreds of thousands of people came to the Czech Republic who needed assistance, and I thought it was stupid of me to spend time on writing text, and I thought I could be more useful doing something practical. But later I understood that the fact that I am a journalist uh, can be also beneficial because some enlightenment work also is very useful. It influenced me in such a way that I am the mother of two small kids, and I faced a question: how should I explain to them what is democracy, what is freedom, and why it's important to defend these values, and why people are ready to die for these things. And I think that for this year and a half, I managed to teach my children to understand what's going on here in Ukraine. I taught them to uh, understand Ukrainians. I taught them solidarity with the Ukrainians. And even if I didn't manage to do anything else for this year, I think that it's important that I teach the next generation to be good people, to understand what justice is. I think this is the sense. Thank you. Olha, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to apologize that I'm not present physically with you on site. I attend another congress. Uh, it would really be good if we could actually meet each other, but first of all it was COVID, then it was full-scale invasion, and I'm really sorry that I cannot visit Lviv. Coming back to the question, if we are talking about the changes of rituals, well, I wouldn't say that lots of things have changed, because apart from these serious function, I'm also the president of the organization responsible for humanitarian assistance and development, and the programs we have been involved in since 2014 in Ukraine have been transferred to Poland. I'm talking about psychological support, working with refugees. So now uh, we were doing it in Ukraine, and now we are doing it here in Poland. We understood that our task was to remind that the war has been going on since 2014. So we were trying to reiterate that the war began in 2014, and it was necessary to prepare the Polish community that it will be a long-term invasion. I understood that after 1 month or 2 months of optimism, this energy and this desire to assist will go down, and it's a natural process, and it was necessary to accumulate certain things for them to be used later. And also, it was necessary to remind that there are some other challenges in store for us, because there was the Polish-Ukrainian dialogue and activities related to it, and there were two parts of it. On the one hand, labor migration needed support, for example, legalization, and it was one of the important processes that I dealt with. And on the other hand, we were trying to focus on the cultural events in order to show good and modern Ukrainian culture, in order to raise different topics, feministic or some other ones, the topics which are interested for both Poland and Ukraine. And also we were trying to support migration in such issues as education, intercultural assistance, because this migration here in Wrocław was felt very well long before 2022. It was already a very big community. Uh, there were about 100,000 people in such a city as Wrocław. So I'm not sure whether this is about the rituals, but this is something we should focus on. The issue of legalization, were probably the most complicated and didn't work very well for different reasons, but the war actually improved the situation because we immediately started passing some laws that made it possible to remedy the situation, and now it's possible to stay in Poland without having this job employment contract. So apart from legalization, we were faced with a number of other typical problems. I think that it's something you face in Lviv because you also have lots of IDPs. And we started hosting refugees. And at the beginning, you witness lots of desire to help. You see certain social payments paid by local administrators. So there were some achievements regarding the short-term perspective. In the same way, it was a complicated issue for the refugees, whether they should stay in Poland, whether they should come back, whether the war would be over in 3 months. And probably they should not start their life anew and be ready to come back, or vice versa, they have to organize their life in such a way that it becomes a new life and they can integrate into our society. And the situation of cooperation with the international partners has also changed. We remember I'm in Wrocław, not in Warsaw. So UNICEF, UN, UNHCR opened their branches in Lviv. Doctors Without Borders. So they all wanted to help, but they didn't know anybody. And the situation was again very complicated. I do not want to go into details, but there were some funny situations. For example, the question we were asked whether in the places the refugees live in, they have access to clean water. And we were joking that we should write to them that there is no need to build any wells here in the center of Wrocław. And well, at the beginning of the war, there were lots of requests to provide help. Well, actually, this is everything from me. But now we'll change the order of speakers, and actually, the next question is to you again. For a long period of time, you have been working on establishing relationship between the Ukrainian community and Polish society in Wrocław. So the next question is, you have seen different waves of migration of Ukrainians, definitely the last one and the ones before this. What turns the vulnerability of a migrant into his or her strength and his or her value for the new community? I don't like speaking about migrants as something separate. Migration can be something done voluntarily, can be forceful migration, can be job-related migration. You earn money, you come back to your country. So I think we cannot state that this migration is different. The same adaptation and integration model is applied. Some people will integrate into the local community, and these people definitely have a serious desire to assimilate. So they want to master the Polish language, they want to speak the language without any accent, and they want actually to forget that some time ago they were the citizens of Ukraine. This is their choice, we should not evaluate it. Also, some parts of migrants are job-related migrants, and also we have some space for the group that thinks about itself as a new member of the community. And in order to do it, we have to settle the topic of legalization. And again, if you provide for accommodation, if the person is employed and feels more or less stable, I think that we can think about such migrants as the ones who joined the minority living here. Migration was quite intensive as far as 2014 is concerned, and it was typically economic migration. Why people were coming to us? Because they had chances, opportunities for development here. Lots of people came to us who were IT experts. They were quite well-off migrants who could become part of the community and who could contribute to this community, who could develop the Ukrainian community in Poland. And honestly, there are some discrepancies related to the expectations of the traditional Ukrainian minority. I'm talking about not the diaspora, not the refugees, but, for example, the uh, ancestors of those who were born here in Poland. We have a very big organization that for Ukrainians that is spread all over Poland. And this organization is quite traditional. Migrants from this group the very group is quite big, and there were expectations that migrants would actually integrate, or for example there were expectations that people would go to the church together, people would celebrate the Independence Day together, etc., etc. And these expectations, as you can imagine, didn't come true. But there was some disappointment among the Ukrainians who were born in Poland that this new migration is not interested in the existing culture, in developing local dance group and music bands. But on the other hand, this migration uh, also introduced something good. Definitely it is interested in creative developments because this wave of migration started spreading modern Ukrainian culture. And it was also important because we could change the face of this Ukrainian community here in Poland. We always remember that this is the narrow group, and again, the new exhibitions appeared, new books were published, and the dialogue turned into a more live, current, modern Ukraine. And now I get back to the year 2022. Culture again concentrated on the talks about war, and the groups combined. So if we take a look at this war, lots of people were speaking actually Russian in Poland, and they were still part of the Ukrainian community. Thank you, Olha. We shall come back to what you are talking about. We shall talk about it a bit later. But now, Apolena, I want to discuss the principle of solidarity. I have read your texts, and you mentioned the principle of solidarity quite often. So what should it be based on? Today, your statement that solidarity is one of the basic tools of achieving understanding in the societies where there are migrants and where there are local citizens. So, what should this tool be based on if we have this context of new migration from Ukraine? And the second point, for example, if we are talking about perception of war which is fought not only by Ukrainians but also by the Europeans. So whether this enhances this principle?
Well, I should say that this principle is based on a single thing. I think that human rights are the same for everyone, and as a citizen of a country which quite recently had very repressive policy towards migrants, I watched Turkey treat the migrants from Syria, and I think that in this regard, this wave of the people fleeing from Putin's genocide became a very unpleasant mirror for the Czech Republic. Well, it showed itself as a state which cannot provide adequate assistance to people needing um, help, and this has shown to the Czech society what a person from Ukraine means. Because previously it was a person um, who could build their home or watch their kids, and no one actually asked them, whom did you leave behind? What is your story? These things have changed in the last several months. It's a pity uh, that uh, Ukrainians are suffering so much, and this tells us a lot about ourselves, about the fact that there are the principles of solidarity, and about the tendencies we can see when we look at those who have come from the war-torn regions. We have the stereotype what they should look like. They have to be poor and dirty. They have to be traumatized, and we have a tendency to not believe in their suffering. It's important for me that this image of a person in need is changing. And it's also important to mention that the Czech Republic is not coping well, despite the fact that we are a country which is doing a lot to help the migrants, but so far we are not managing. We can't cope and cannot provide the environment that would be able to rightly use the enormous potential of those people coming to the Czech Republic. Many people, many Ukrainians who have come, they do not work in those fields which um, correspond to their education, and I think it's a big problem. And this is a big loss, and there's still this tendency of calculating and recalculating the economic context without realizing that from the point of view of prospects, it's very effective to provide the maximum assistance right now. It's not about the budget of the Czech Republic, it's about the prospects for the future, about future peace in Europe. Um, uh, and what concerns the war, the question about the war, could you specify a bit? Well, the question was um, uh, about the paradigm. So, is it the war of Ukrainians only, or is it already transforming into this paradigm that this is a joint war, this is common war? Because we were talking about the migrants, we were talking about Ukrainian refugees, whom the Czech society actually welcomed in huge numbers. But the second thing is the amount of weapons provided. Thank you very much. Well, it's about the war between the two countries, but it's also about the war for principles. And I think that the Czech society understands that. I can't speak of all citizens of Czechia, because there's the hybrid war and massive disinformation, which impacts the perception of war. There are also socioeconomic problems in our country, which also impact the perception of war. But anyway, the realization of the fact that Ukrainian heroes and heroines are fighting for, well, it exists in the Czech society because the Czechoslovakia had this experience of Soviet invasion, and that makes a huge difference between us and other countries which don't have experience like that. This is in our genes, this is our historical code, and this is what helps us understand your war today. Yeah. Um, and we do have all this. I have a question to Vice Berlin, which was established in the first months of the full-scale war on the 30th of January 2022. You have become a very powerful voice of Ukraine in Germany. So my question is, how does this vulnerability of a migrant transform? How does the marginalization of migrants in the society transform into one of the main advocates uh, and how does it, well, become less marginalized? Well, the case is very interesting because, well, many people didn't ask who they are. Many of them belong to the Russian-speaking emigration of the previous years. Um, uh, Sometimes that was already the second generation, and they had this crisis of identity after the full-scale invasion. And the second case, where the representative of the so-called work migration after the revolution of dignity, or expats coming to study there. And the third, this is the um, well, according to approximate estimates, this is about 150,000 Ukrainians with Ukrainian passports in Berlin. This is a big number, and it was interesting to see how their self-perception was changing. But when we speak about, well, the perception of migrants, the question is, what was the attitude um, to them? Well, back in 2019, we started with theatrical resident KECHUR between Berlin and Lviv. And we existed for 3 years. And we came to different theatrical institutions in Berlin, and we offered them to um, uh, well, apply for grants, and we actually managed to achieve something not in those places where we had friends, but in other places. And in many cases, we got this answer that we already work with the Eastern Europe, we work with Russia. So until recently, we were a part of the Eastern Europe, and we didn't have the agency. And in February, this rediscovery finally happened. And I don't like this to use this word to myself as a migrant or as an expat. Well, it really hurts to say this. But this was the rediscovery of the rights. I like this parrot-faced word was the right to the city, and in our case, this was the right to agency. And this was about how one can behave in migration and all these addresses when we say that Ukraine needs weapons. It's not only about asking, but it's about the fact that from 2015 to 2021, um, Russia bought weapons from Germany, estimated at 121 million euro. This is a huge amount of money, and this is the weapons which is being used right now. And I'm not even talking about Nord Stream 2 or Nord Stream 1 and everything related to that. So everything that happened and was happening with the countries attacked by Russia was the responsibility of those countries who, well, did not provide any support, but it was also the responsibility of those who provided direct support to Russia. So we wanted to defend our right to protect it. We are not minor. As diaspora, as migrants, as expats, we are more privileged than people in Ukraine because we have a peaceful sky over our heads, because Ukrainian army protects the sky. But we don't have fewer rights than others. Neo-humanism presupposes the right to protection, the right to rights, just as other, well, groups. And our experience, and I will speak about the experience of the 8th and 9th of May 2009, when these Putin's wolves, I don't remember what they are called, the bikers who, well, came to the park, and that was a very interesting day. Because they were afraid of a massacre in the streets of Berlin. They were afraid that Russians and Ukrainians will start fighting, and that's why they actually um, prohibited using Russian and Ukrainian flags. That was in 2022 in the places of memory, the so-called memorials um, with Soviet narratives. So that is the park, the Tiergarten, and so there were 3 or 4 locations like that. And the point was that activists reacted in a different manner. Some of them protested against that, and some of them recorded videos, wrote some requests, demanded. And on the 10th of May, after many violations on the part of Russians took place, they came to the memorials with T-shirts where they had Russia written on them, and the activists came to police and said, well, they are violating because they're wearing a T-shirt with the Russian flag, and they said, but it's a T-shirt, we can't take it off. And then there were also the black and orange ribbons, which were prohibited at this time, but there were so many of them. And I had this experience. I had an armband and a bracelet with Ukrainian colors, and I was stopped by a policeman, and he told me that it's prohibited. And then I told him, but you know, across the road there are people with prohibited symbols. Why don't you talk to them? They said, well, we are not responsible for that area, so go tell them. So, well, telling me to take the ribbon off is much less dangerous than coming to, well, the number. So, this is, well, because they have the image and some perception of those people. And the mayor of Berlin came to us and said, well, I'm very sorry. Yes, they really shouldn't have told you to take the ribbon off. We don't want to write the well, to indicate an aggressor and a victim into one line and just put a comma between them. This year they again were trying to prohibit all that, and there was a great support of our great friend whom you know very well, who was litigating with Mietnet district in Berlin to put a burnt Russian tank in front of the Russian embassy. So he went to court, and we won. a case against the prohibition of Ukrainian and Russian flags, and Ukrainian flags were allowed. This was supported by our embassy. We wrote the open letters and so on. So what is the difference between this year and the previous one? This is the difference in what you have the right to, and we have to understand all those contexts and so on. But as you mentioned before the discussion, we have a very small window of opportunities. It will last for probably a year. They are starting to forget, and they will probably forget us because this is what happens to memory. But the small window of memory will define, window of opportunity will define our future. Will they forbid Russian and Ukrainian flags, well, with a comma between them next time or not? We have the same right to litigate. Because this is the right to self-expression, and the prohibition to use Ukrainian flags is the prohibition for us to enjoy our lives, the right to self-expression. By the way, Zelensky's portrait was also prohibited, but well, they allowed it later. So this is the window of opportunities. I don't want to talk about the good Russians, but I'll be very brief. So in 2022, there was in September. There's a huge theater, Brecht Theater, Berlin Ensemble, and they initiated a program called Exile, and they were explaining that this is exile from Afghanistan, from Iran, and from Eastern Europe. So this is the 8th, or well, the 9th year of war. A couple of months of full-scale war, but we still don't have the right to agency. And the biggest danger is to get into that window and to be rid of this identity, to be just a part of Eastern Europe, and to try to find some understanding and, well, bring everything back. And just the last thing I would like to say, because as Vice Berlin, institutionally we don't work with Russian organization and institutions, just like we don't work with Belarusian organization and institutions. The agency is very important for us. At the moment, the majority of grants which these two institutions can receive in exile are only in collaboration. So as it was asked before, think about it. Well, I have a question to you as interaction with diaspora. So we have the old wave of diaspora and the new diaspora. So there's the question of their interaction today. According to our experience, this interaction is either not strong enough or there is probably the competition. But basically, this is about making the voices stronger. So how do we make the diaspora a very strong advocate of Ukraine?
Thank you for the question. This is really a very difficult question, and in my opinion, it has some dynamics, and the war has changed these dynamics. The history of communication between the waves of migration. For example, if you officially Google it, you will find that there were 4 waves of migration. Well, definitely I'm not an expert, and this is more a reflection of mine, but I think we should divide these waves into some smaller ones, particularly the 4th one. It started in 1990s, but when it has ended, the revolution of dignity and the beginning of the war has ensured new quality of this wave of migration. Talking about the, for example, 3rd migration after the war wave, when the Ukrainian migrants from European camps came to the US, to Canada, they faced specific communication problem because the elder generation of diaspora didn't have trust in them, didn't assist them. So they also had their original one, self-assistance, self-aid organization. It was a migrant organization established by the migrants of the third wave who faced very specific problems. They didn't have resources, accommodation, they didn't have any job. They created their own institution, which they actually upscaled, and they were very successful. And these diasporas um, later became the so-called old wave. The same issue was with the fourth wave of migration, with the so-called labor migration. It was difficult for them to enter the American continent, and it was necessary for them to create their institutions and to protect their rights, because again, there were not that many people who actually took care of them, and they were successful in doing this. And since 2013, there have been new changes, new structures have appeared within this context. And since 2013 till 2022, these new structures, in line with the old wave of migration, have become the foundation, have become the first institutions that faced this threat. So they actually gave the entire infrastructure, all their resources, all their premises of schools, churches, cultural centers were given to the refugees, to the migrants. So this interaction can be discussed on a new level since 2024, but again, it began even before February 24. Probably what we are talking about are some problems in communication. For example, when there was the Revolution of Dignity and when the war started in 2014, the new institutions appeared abroad. For example, some of them were called Euromaidan, it was in Warsaw, or another one was called Together for Ukraine, Razom for Ukraine. Some of them were under the umbrella of very strong and powerful organization, for example, the World Congress of Ukrainians, and they have their own tasks and goals. Does it mean that there was some competition? To some extent, yes. But within the context of assistance to Ukraine, it is more a synergy than competition, because the tasks to be addressed during the crisis have shown that absolutely every community and every institution can have its own niche of assistance. And today we already have heard it at our panels. I have heard some statistics of recent research. They are approximate 5.7 or 6.7 million Ukrainians, and it was said that more than 70% of them are women with kids, and these are people with higher education, and they also become very initiative. We cannot state that everybody, all the migrants have become very active, have been involved in creating some institutions, but there are lots of such examples. About 3 weeks ago, I was talking to a director of the Ukrainian school in Antwerp in Belgium, and before February 24, was just a teacher at school in the Western Ukraine. She and her colleagues migrated, and it took them a year to set up a new school. It was necessary to get funding, to communicate to the government, to take on people, and there are lots of children of Ukrainian refugees. who studied there. Definitely, they were assisted by the already present community, by the organizations that have already been there. Now, a couple of words about advocacy, advocacy campaigns. I thought that success of Ukrainian advocacy campaigns in the hosting countries is related to those factors I have already mentioned. The institutional capacity, when the community establishes the institution and on behalf of this institution communicates with the authorities. At the same time, it is integration into the authorities. And here we are talking about the so-called old diaspora, where representatives of some elder generation become the councillors. For example, Mykola Petretsky is the member of the Romanian parliament, and he actually can communicate at all the levels. We are also talking about folk diplomacy and promptness of Ukrainian response. And now I'm talking about the new communities who have just arrived. And I apologize to the old diaspora representatives, but these new diaspora members are quicker to come to Maidan, to be united with some slogans. They consolidate, and the synergy brings about some results. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends. And this will be now the final round. Now there will be some final question, and dear audience, later you will be invited to a Q&A session. I actually wanted to respond to what our previous speaker has said, because I also am interested in the questions. I fully agree that after February 24, we felt this joint energy. We saw participation of the so-called existing diaspora, and we saw this synergy with the newly arrived migrants. We call them migrants, but actually they are refugees. Nezlamna Ukraina has set up Ukrainian schools in 3 biggest cities of Poland. And this solidarity, this assimilation is developing quite quicker. Now I would like to mention some figures. For example, in Belgium there are 50,000, and this is a big group, but Wrocław is much smaller and it hosted about 180,000 Ukrainians. Definitely these are women and kids, and if we are talking about the migrant community at the level of Poland, we have almost 463,000 kids from Ukraine, and the majority of them is registered with the Polish educational system. Lots of them study in Ukrainian schools online. So this is also a challenge, because the question is whether these migrants will stay or will come back to Ukraine. There is another point that hasn't been mentioned. Within this organizational and institutional structure that was actually responsible for this infrastructure and that was accepting and hosting these refugees at the first stages, we should also remember the Jewish and Roma organizations. In Poland, there were a number of challenges. For example, the Ukrainian refugees were welcomed by the Polish society. Poland has always been mono-ethnic country, and well, Ukraine is a multi-ethnic country, and there are other nations living in Ukraine, and though they have Ukrainian passports, still they come from the nations that are less welcomed in Poland. And actually this very sector supported to those communities which got less support from the other organizations. Thank you. During this discussion, we have already mentioned the window of opportunity, which in 2022 was quite big. And finally, our voice was given some agency, but this window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller. And one of the good factors ensuring good partnership is building a good dialogue between our refugees and the institutions which are present in those countries. So the question is to all of you, how, having different context in our different countries, we can build those long-term partnerships between Ukrainian artists, institutions, universities, and the foreign institutions established in Poland, in the Czech Republic, in Germany. I do not have the answer to this question, but I'll try somehow. Yes, the window of opportunity was really big, but it was used not by us alone. For example, last year the Senate of Berlin gave grants to support Ukrainian refugees in Berlin, and all the 12 organizations who were given the grants were Russian-speaking ones. Or, for example, another window of opportunity, a performance about what is happening now, a play that is put in Hamburg. It seems to me it's Thalia Theatre, so they invite Serebrennikov. And so I'm not talking about passports, I'm talking about agency. And every time you have to remind and you have to say what is what. And therefore it also influences building the process of building this dialogue with the institution. Yesterday we had a discussion whether we have to adjust, whether we have to sacrifice something to establish these connections. There were cases when our organizations said, if, for example, the Russians came to you, you would probably give them all the weapons. And the question is whether before full-scale invasion people understood what Ukrainian projects were. And the second part of this case is what we need, what we can sacrifice in order to get what we wanted. So now I'm trying to say what kind of case I can give as an example. You were talking about the Ukrainian Institute that is to be opened just a couple of days ago. I was at one of the conferences in Lebanon. The Western Lebanon is more influenced by the Russian propaganda, and I was invited by one of the universities of Western Lebanon, and they have very big misunderstanding, or I would actually say that they do not tolerate our strivings, our aspirations to the Western Europe. But actually we see that if we want, actually the question is what kind of narrative we see Ukraine in. If it's the colonial narrative, we should be guided by decolonizing the mind point, and we should listen more and learn more. Berlin is not fully German city. It is a multinational city, and it is obvious that in Berlin there is this narrative, and therefore Ukraine is criticized. What else? We see the deconstruction of narratives existing uh, in the world. For example, now I have a T-shirt, Peace Without Justice. It was a big project addressing the narrative of peace. But in Germany, it is wrapped in the Russian propaganda. The generations that have been brought up uh, during the time when the US wanted to place the nuclear energy in Western Germany, so people were protesting against the Cold War. People said that they didn't want to become part of it, and the guilt complex was there as well. And we saw the speeches of Scholz uh, in March 2022 when he was referring to Russia, not to Ukraine, and there were lots of Russian memorials, and these Russian memorials belong to the Russian embassy. Tiergarten is a huge memorial, and from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it was fenced, and when you wanted to approach it, you were not allowed. And when you said, well, I'm from Ukraine, and there were the Ukrainian soldiers fighting in the Second World War as well, they said, no, that was the Russian project. How the German society can change it within the context of communication with Ukrainian, how it can be changed by the German society, they have to want it, and how we can influence their desire. Well, we have had a big project with the Soviet spaces in Berlin. We state that in 2008, 10 million were invested into uh, repairing the statements of Stalin. And this was the chance for us to say that you pay taxes in order to improve and redecorate the Stalin's statements. I think that the institution should be based on the narrative we want to get, because if we start playing with the institutions, we actually agree to the rules of the game. If you set the program, this is what we call agency. Dear colleagues, try to be brief, a couple of minutes, just to have some time for questions.
I'll be really brief. I think that it happens quite often that we tend to look at those people who need our help from above. We will look at them somehow condescendingly or something. And in the Czech space, we would need adequate platform for people coming to the country to be able to share their experience. And I'd be very happy if we could finance uh, the media, especially the well public platforms, for discussions between the refugees, where they could share their experience. Exchange experience. I would like to have these continuous chronicles in mass media, which would be published in Ukrainian, just like in other languages, explaining how the refugees are living through all these things. But the problem is that in Czechia, we don't even have Roma people who would be integrated into these privileged groups. It happens quite often that they fail to enter the universities and they are under a lot of pressure. So it's difficult to talk about things like that. And if we'd like to overcome things like that, we need to provide space for um, for them to grow, well, proceeding from their talents and their possibilities without imposing anything on them, because this is what is really lacking in our social society. Of course, there are the NGOs which help the refugees, but I would really like it that we had the opportunity to create some their own space for them. Thank you, Andrei, Olha. Olha, you're welcome. What concerns the matters of advocacy? Well, this media space, I think the situation is better in Ukraine, in Poland, than in Czechia and Germany, because there are journalists from Ukraine who have been displaced and they are establishing their media here. These may be some women's media, or these may be just people who can present some ideas from Ukrainian perspective online, and this makes a big difference with Germany. I remember when German journalists called me and asked me for to recommend a Ukrainian expert because they only have phone numbers of Russian experts, and it takes them a lot of time to actually uh, extend Ukraine's agency in the media space. And another thing is that in Poland, there is a migration which can well build the narrative, because it's the group of intellectuals who promote that. It's not just a window as a window of attention which exists in Germany, but this is a long-term activity which started long ago, because Ukrainians got literary prizes here as the, well, like for example, Zabushko or Zhanna, and together with the institute, we organized the European uh, capital of culture. So the narrative it really exists in Poland, and the question is more about long-term creation of in-depth context between the institutions. This is what you were talking about these long-term partnerships, and this is not just about Poland, but about all countries which are hosting refugees right now. They will advocate their interests on their own, because they either will go back to Ukraine to rebuild it, or uh, well, and they will have contacts abroad, or they will stay in the other countries and have contacts in Ukraine. So the spread of the Ukrainian viewpoint will be a kind of a foot in the door here, so that we prevent this window from closing. Thank you. Just well, a short reflection on Ukrainian part. Well, it seems to me that in this context, we will not achieve any success if the Ukrainian state does not uh, will invest into Ukrainian artists abroad. Of course, we lack resources now because of the war, but we have to create some communications platforms. We should start with the information policy. In Ukraine, we very often do not know about the initiatives which Ukrainians are initiating abroad. But, well, sharing information doesn't cost much. Well, opening offices in global capitals costs some money, but a communication platform could help the institutions and the artists and will be the foundation for them. And then the next step should be the grant support, not imposing anything on them, but supporting people with grants. Before the war, we had a joint webinar with the Ukrainian Culture Fund, the webinar for diaspora, because there is a lot of demand on the part of organizations. They keep asking, we have cultural projects, can we apply for grants? We cannot implement a Ukrainian studies project at the cost of another country. Well, there are many requests like that, and this is the right way to go. Thank you. Dear colleagues, the time for questions has finally come. We basically have a couple of minutes, so we are ready to take two more questions or comments. As far as I understand, that by the end of the event, the audience is overloaded with a lot of information. I'm very grateful to our speakers, very grateful to the organizers of the Congress of Culture, and Veronika Sklerova and Semenchuk, the supervisor of today. And well, I really hope that in some time we will discuss the other side of well, migration, the coming home process. I have a short announcement. You remember the information we voiced in the beginning about the letter. I have it printed. If you haven't signed it online yet, please approach me and sign it here. Thank you for staying with us until the end. We'll have another beautiful day tomorrow.